Chapter 1964. Ji Fanyan and the others quickly charged in. Among them, the two green Devil Star sovereigns used all their skills to trap them inside. Everything was ready. They did not seal the entire small world, but when they charged in, they trapped the five-colored divine race in front of them. Bang! The group of juniors that Grandpa Chi brought hit the green light curtain and were repelled. When they were repelled, the juniors that they brought fell to the ground. Not lightly, Grandpa Chi's condition was even more serious. Just touching the green light curtain drained a large portion of his life force, especially his right arm, which had collided with the light curtain, directly shriveled up. It looked like only skin and bones were left. No matter what, Grandpa Chi was an existence with the cultivation of a star master. Just touching it caused him to be in such a state. If someone with a lower cultivation touched it, wouldn't they immediately turn into a pile of skeletons? This situation caused their expressions to change. They did not expect these fellows to be so ruthless. They had long been prepared, and it was a very terrifying kind. "Grandpa Chi, are you all right?" They rushed over and helped Grandpa Chi up from the ground. Grandpa Chi's body trembled slightly, and his shriveled arm quickly recovered. However, his face was still pale. His arm had recovered, but it was still exhausted, especially since the life force in his body had been extracted. It was not something that could be easily replenished. The reason why the Green Devil race was so terrifying was because of their life force extraction. Furthermore, it was very terrifying. Just touching it would suck a large portion of one's life force. In addition, this was set up by a Star Lord, so the effect was even more shocking. "I'm fine." Grandpa Chi's face was frighteningly pale, without any color. Seeing this, the expressions of clan leader Ji and the others changed. It seemed that if they did not break out of this situation, they would not be able to escape. "This time, we came prepared. We will definitely not fail like last time." Ji Fanyan's expression was cold as he sneered. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to surrender or resist?" "Die, traitor." Clan leader Ji's answer was simple and crude. The power behind him instantly erupted, and the powerful star Dharma immediately fused with him, turning him into a five-colored statue with 6 arms, waving colorful halos. This was their star Dharma, the 6-armed, 5-colored god. Without too much nonsense, they immediately started fighting. Humph! A bunch of people who overestimate themselves. Ji Fanyan also had a 6-armed multicolored god behind his back. Its power was no weaker than Patriarch Ji's, and the two were on par. The one-on-one green demon star sovereigns were not a problem. However, the other two green demon star sovereigns were in big trouble. They pounced down one after another, immediately exerting a strong might on them. The 5-colored deity race only had 1 star venerate. Even if they fought to a draw, there was still another star venerate. Who could defend? Boom! Horrifying energy erupted in the air. The 4-star venerate level existences were already attacking their opponents relentlessly. Among them, the 5-colored deity races, Elder Ma, Zay even used the Star Venerate's blood. After he used the Star Venerable's blood, the 6-armed 5-colored god on his back instantly turned into an 8-armed 5-colored god. Layers of power stacked on top of each other, turning into the strongest power. The power of the Star Venerable level spread in all directions, and the power it brought with it turned the green demons nearby into ashes. Elder Ma Zay's cultivation wasn't high, and he could only choose to use the Star Venerate's blood when facing the green demon's sacred master. Even though it was extremely rare, he could only use it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to persist for a long time. Even so, there was still the remaining green demon star sovereign. No one could stop him. The strongest of the 5-color deity race's remaining combat prowess was only late-stage Grandmaster Xing. Even if a late-stage Grandmaster Xing used the Star Venerate's blood, he would not be able to bring out the best effect. He would only be able to use half of it. If the difference in cultivation was too great, he would not be able to use the Star Venerate's blood. Only a Star Venerate could make full use of the Star Venerate's blood. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out the best effect. Furthermore, even if he could use it, he would not be invincible. There was still a large difference between him and a green demon battle sage. The Star Venerate's blood was not invincible. It could not allow a Grandmaster Xing to fight a late-stage Star Venerate expert who was several levels above him. After all, this was only one drop. If there were several drops, or even a dozen drops, the effect might be more obvious. However, where would they get so much Star Venerate's blood? Every drop used meant one drop less, and there was very little left. The green demon race's side seemed to have a lot, but that was all they had. Star Venerates were not cows. Their essence blood could not be casually squeezed out. Squeezing out 10 drops was already their limit. Furthermore, they could only squeeze out 1 drop at a time, not so many in one go. If they really squeezed out all of them, they would probably die. Thus, when the green demon battle sage pounced down, their expressions turned unsightly. Clan Head G and the others were very anxious, but they could not leave to help. They could only watch as the green demon sacred master pounced down. What's wrong? Worried? It's useless. This time, you will definitely die. When Ji Fanyun saw how anxious Clan Head Ji and the others were, he felt even more delighted. This kind of expression made him even more excited. Kai Shui and the others paled under this pressure. They did not even have the strength to stand up. The difference in cultivation was too great, and their bodies were about to explode. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Grandpa Chi stepped forward. His cultivation was the strongest here. He held 3 drops of Star Venerate's blood in his hand, ready to erupt. He could only use it now. Otherwise, no one would be able to block the green demon battle sage. Oh, a mere Grandmaster Xing wants to use the Star Venerate's blood to suppress me? You are too naive. The green demon battle sage stretched out his hand and pressed down. He snorted coldly and said, "I'll deal with you first. You suppressed us for so long. This time, it's our turn." Grandpa Chi clenched his teeth and prepared to consume the Star Venerate's blood. Kai Shui's face turned pale. She could not help but look back. She shouted inwardly, "Big brother, why haven't you come yet?" In her mind, only Yi Tianyun could come to help. If Yi Tianyun did not come, Grandpa Chi would definitely die. If he used 3 drops of Star Venerate's blood in one go, he would not have long to live. This was the problem of the body's container. When it exceeded a certain capacity, the body would definitely explode. "Sister, it seems like we cannot escape." Kai Yun held Kai Shui's hand tightly and said with a smile, "After we go down, I'm afraid we won't have the face to see Father and Mother." They had thought about killing many green demons with their own hands. It seemed like they would not have such a chance. "No, there is still a chance. Big brother will come to save us." "That human?" Kai Yun asked confusedly. "Didn't he escape?" Before her voice had died away, the green screen behind them was suddenly split open, and a giant hole appeared. A giant 5-colored emperor dragon pounced on it and pressed down. The green demon battle sage was sent flying with a slap. Growl. Chapter 1965. Just like that, the battle sane of the green demon race was slapped to the ground. With a loud bang, a deep pit was formed in the ground. The terrifying power caused everyone's heart to tremble. Everyone's gaze was attracted by this. They were all deeply shocked by the figure of the five-colored emperor dragon, especially the power that was above everything. It was simply an invincible existence. As soon as it arrived, it used its strongest stance to suppress the Green Demon Battle Saint. After sending the Green Demon Battle Saint flying, it swung its tail crazily. A large number of green demons were swept away. The green demon race that was swept by it basically had a slim chance of survival. Those who could survive would at most be on their last breaths. What a strong power. Is it helping us? When Patriarch G and the others saw this, they were all shocked, suddenly barging in, breaking through the green screen, and then killing their way in here to help suppress the Green Demon Battle Saint. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought about this. Naturally, they did not think that there would be helpers coming to help. Their five-colored divine race had always been here to seal the green demon race. As for allies, they did not have any at all. Thus, it was impossible to hope for any allies to save them. Now, someone had killed their way in and helped them resist the green demon race. Upon closer inspection, they found that the figure inside was actually a human. Human race? It's actually a human. Could it be? Patriarch G and the others immediately thought of the news they had heard before, that a human had killed the Green Demon Saint King, and that Green Demon Saint King. Why would he appear here and help them resist the Green Demon race? When the Green Demon race saw Etienne's face clearly, they all let out furious voices. They immediately recognized Etienne as the murderer who killed the Green Demon Saint King. Why is this guy here? Good. I didn't expect your five-colored divine race to join hands with other races. You would rather ally with an outsider than the Green Devil race. G. Fanyan was shocked and angry. He did not expect such an existence to appear. Everything was somewhat beyond his expectations. That's right. Even if we join hands with outsiders, we will not join hands with the disgusting green demon race. Patriarch G naturally lied. This way, he could deceive his opponent. All right, then let's see if an outsider like you can help you get through this. G. Fanyan roared, continuing to suppress his anger. When Green Demon, Holy Lord saw Green Demon Battle Sage being sent flying, his eyes turned red, and he roared in anger, "Audacious human, come and die!" His own clansmen were sent flying, coupled with the fact that the Green Demon, Holy King, was killed. He immediately turned and charged towards Etienne. They planned to eliminate Etienne first, then deal with the five-colored god race. While Rosy Cloud was preparing to fight with Etienne, she was stunned. When she saw Etienne's figure, she immediately recognized him. He was the cultivator that her sister saved before. The tyrannical power caused her body to tremble. She exploded the Green Demon Battle Sage with a single palm strike. Such an invincible aura caused her to be shocked speechless. Previously, she thought that Etienne's power was not bad, but he must have borrowed the power of others to suppress his opponent. Now, it seemed that he did not need the power of others. Just the power of his own Star Dharma idol was enough to crush everything. Sister, I said that he would definitely come back to help us. Kai Shui waved her small fist, her face flushed with excitement. Kai Shui was very excited. Just as she was about to lose hope, Etienne finally came and sent the seemingly invincible Green Demon Battle Sage, flying with a single palm strike. This performance was enough to let them see hope. Yes. Kai Shui stared blankly at the godlike Etienne, her heart filled with all sorts of emotions. Previously, she thought that Etienne had escaped, but who knew that he did not leave and stayed here? At this most dangerous moment, he finally came and saved them. Now that the green screen has been broken, let's take this opportunity to leave. Grandpa Chi's eyes lit up. For the time being, regardless of why Tianyun came to save them. Now that the green screen had been broken, they could take this opportunity to quickly escape. Immediately, Grandpa Chi brought them and quickly escaped outside. If the green screen closed again, they would not have the chance to escape. Although they were still a little reluctant, looking at the current situation, it was still better to leave. Following them, they quickly escaped through the green screen and disappeared outside the passage. Before Kai Shui finally left, she looked over worriedly. She wanted to stay and see how Tianyun was doing, but it seemed that it was not possible at the moment. Staying here would only be a burden. Don't worry, we can still pay attention to the situation here. Kai Shui knew her sister's thoughts and reminded her from the side. Could it be that we are hiding in the temple? Kai Shui was startled and asked doubtfully, "We can't go in normally, can we?" "You said that we can't go in normally, but at the critical moment, we can still go in." Immediately, under Grandpa Chi's lead, they entered the temple in the distance. As soon as they entered the temple, Grandpa Chi opened the seal's protective cover and surrounded the temple tightly. "You should stay here. As long as the Star Venerable does not come out, no one can break into our temple. At the critical moment, you can still escape through the transmission formation inside. If you have to, it is better not to escape." Grandpa Chi glanced at them, then turned around and flew out of the temple. As one of the strongest fighters here, it was impossible for him to hide here. Kai Shui looked into the depths of the temple and immediately understood what Grandpa Chi had meant. The transmission formation inside could probably allow them to leave this sealed land and go to the outside world. If the five-colored Holy Clan went out, they would be very conspicuous. Unless they huddled together, they would be easily captured. That was why Grandpa Chi said that they could only leave this place if they had to. However, Kai Shui's attention did not leave this place. Instead, she was focused on Tianyun, who was at the forefront. From here, she could clearly see the situation on Tianyun's side, so her attention was focused on Tianyun. "Big brother, you must hold on." Kai Shui put her palms together and prayed inwardly. "He definitely can." Kai Shui, who was next to her, hugged her sister. Seeing Tianyun's domineering figure in front of them, she also hoped that this outsider could help them resist the Green Demon clan. Especially now that even the Green Demon Sacred Master was attacking them. Could he hold on? Swoosh. Chapter 1966. Facing the two powerful star venerates, Tianyun remained calm. This was especially so for the Green Demon Battle Sage, who had already consumed a drop of star venerate blood. An endless stream of life force surged out of his body, quickly healing his injuries. Originally, under Tianyun's ferocious attacks, even if he did not die, he would not be able to get up for the time being. After all, after he broke through, his strength had increased significantly. Under his ferocious attacks, even ordinary star venerates would be killed in one move. This was especially so for those unprepared star venerates. They would be instantly killed. The Green Demon Battle Sage was prepared, but he was still covered in injuries from Tianyun's attacks. He could not fight at all. He could only rely on the star venerate blood to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, not to mention fighting, he could only watch from the side. "You are the human who killed my brother?" The Green Demon Battle Sage's body erupted with a terrifying power. The power of a star venerate vaguely started to pressure him. This caused the astral energy above Tianyun's head to dim slightly. This was the difference in Cultivation Realm. The suppression of Cultivation Realm was also extremely horrifying. The other Green Demon, Holy Master, also surrounded Tianyun. The two of them surrounded Tianyun, sealing off all his escape routes. "Your brother? Are you talking about the Green Demon, Holy King? So what if I killed him?" Yi Tianyun had an indifferent expression as he looked around. He did not feel any danger at all. Then go to hell. The two late-stage, star venerate experts surrounded him. The images behind them soared up crazily. The astral energy above them spread out in all directions. The strong pressure increased the pressure on the five-colored holy race's side. This was especially so for the green demon battle sage, who had consumed the star venerate blood. He even had 15 cubes of astral energy. They attacked as soon as they said they would. They did not have time to chat. They still needed to deal with the five-colored holy race. There were many things they needed to do. When the two of them worked together, even if it was wood-attributed energy, they still had the power to destroy the world. This situation made the hearts of Kai Shui and the others tighten. Even the five-colored holy race, who did not know why Yi Tianyun saved them, tightened their hearts. They also hoped that Yi Tianyun would be able to hold on and help them resist all of this. They really didn't have any extra power to resist the green devil race. Everything had been consumed before. The rest of the Star Masters were also resisting the green demon race. However, there were too few of them, and it was still too difficult to fight against them. Everything rested on clan head Ji and Yi Tianyun. Only by defeating the opposing star monarchs could they turn defeat into victory. The strongest combat power was often the most important. For cultivators, strength in numbers was just nonsense. Facing the encirclement of two star venerates, Yi Tianyun turned around, and his huge dragon eyes flashed. Then he opened his jaws and swallowed fiercely. Devour the stars. Yi Tianyun's gigantic figure leaped forward and swallowed the green demon battle saint star power in one gulp, the star power of the four directions. Logically speaking, it should be able to devour stellar energy from 5 directions. However, this energy was simply too strong, and it could only devour stellar energy from 4 directions. Of course, this was already heaven-defying enough. After devouring it, it rushed to 16 directions of stellar energy in one go. It wasn't over yet. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards the green demon, Holy Lord on the other side, and swallowed fiercely. Devour the stars. Once again, he used the devour the stars and swallowed the stellar energy from 4 directions above the green demon, Holy Lord. However, he only used 2 directions of stellar energy, thus reaching 18 directions of stellar energy, a total of 18 directions of stellar energy, an extremely terrifying level. The entire starry sky trembled because of him. With a slight tremble, the power seemed to turn into a crushing star, suppressing everything. He can even devour our stellar energy. This is still 18 directions of stellar energy. The green demon battle saint and the others were all stunned. They weren't very clear about Yi Tianyun's fighting style. Now that they saw it, their hearts trembled and they were scared out of their wits. Devouring the opponent's stellar energy and superimposing it on himself. This kind of effect was really too terrifying. The 5-colored divine race's side was even more stunned. All of their mouths were wide open, unable to say anything. They had always thought that their abilities were shocking enough. They didn't expect an even more terrifying existence to appear. Big Brother, too powerful. Kai Shui's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know what power 18 directions of stellar energy represented. Primal chaos rage. Yi Tianyun didn't waste any words with them. He opened his huge mouth, and a huge beam of light swept out, hitting the green demon battle saint. Then it swept to the side and hit the green demon, Holy Lord again. The remaining power once again swept out in all directions, and a large area of Grandmaster Xing was turned to dust. When this attack disappeared, almost half of the Grandmaster Xing that it had brought with it were gone. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyan worrying about attacking the five-colored divine race, the number of deaths would have been more than this. Under the sweep, the two late-stage star monarchs of the green demon race disappeared. Only Yi Tianyan was left in the sky. The tyrannical dragon might made everyone's legs go soft. Perhaps this was true invincibility. Clan head Ji was also stunned. Ji Fanyun, who was fighting with him, flew to the side and looked over in a daze. If his two star venerate companions were defeated, then what was the point of fighting? How could a one-on-one fight be fun? He would definitely be toyed to death by the five-colored divine race. This was especially so for this tyrannical five-colored emperor dragon. With a slap, he would probably be sent flying. What kind of monster is this? Why is he helping the five-colored divine race? Why? Ji Fanyun was about to go crazy. All his meticulous plans were ruined by an intruder. Could he be the descendant of our benefactor? Clan head Ji was startled. Such tyrannical power. It was very likely that he was the descendant of our benefactor. What dogs hit descendant of our benefactor? This is impossible. That powerhouse didn't leave any information behind, and it's impossible for him to have any descendants. Ji Fanyun immediately retorted, but he didn't believe it in his heart. After all, why would an outsider help the five-colored divine race? This was something he couldn't understand. Even if he wasn't the descendant of our benefactor, he was definitely a helper of the five-colored divine race. It's over? Kai Shui and the others looked over in a daze. In just one exchange, he had crushed two green demon race experts. This was too fast. How long had it been since the start? On the other side, Yi Tianyan heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that after his strength increased, the effects were astonishing. Originally, the swallowing starry sky could only devour the star power of one person. However, after he broke through to the second layer, he could devour the star power of two people. From this, it could be determined that after reaching the third layer, wouldn't he be able to devour the star power of three people? Chapter 1967. Yi Tianyan felt that swallowing the golden divine grass had been a wise decision. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to deal with the two star lords. Now that he had broken through, he had reached a whole new level. Even though his cultivation level had not increased, the increase in his combat prowess was very obvious. Rumble! Two pillars of light soared into the sky, and the horrifying star venerable power spread out in all directions. Everywhere they went was devoured by the horrifying green pillars of light. Even the green demon race's own people were quickly sucked dry. Some of the five-colored divine race's members who had not escaped were instantly sucked dry, on the verge of death. This horrifying power meant that the two green demon star lords were not dead. Instead, they had consumed the star venerable's blood to prolong their lives. Boom! The two green demon star lords flew up. Only their small heads were left on their bodies. However, their bodies were quickly reconstructing, and they would soon recover completely. They had almost died. If not for the star venerable's blood helping them resist the damage, they would have been killed instantly. No wonder you could kill the green demon, Holy King. We underestimated your power, but everything ends here. The green demon battle sage shouted angrily, "We will use all the star venerable's blood. Even if a star venerable comes, we can kill him." Each of them had consumed at least 3 or 4 drops of star venerable's blood. Their power soared crazily, and their power stacked up. They really looked like star venerables. This effect was similar to what the green demon, Holy King, had used previously. They had both used a fierce attack as a final burst of power. However, Etianyan was now facing two green demon, holy kings, not just one. If he had concentrated his power to attack them like before, they would not have been able to resist. He was not invincible. His power had increased, but his defense had not increased much. But even if he had increased his power, he would still die if he was attacked by two freaks. Etianyan did not find it strange that they were so tenacious. If they could die so easily, they would not be the green demon battle sage and the green demon holy master. They had the star venerable's blood in their hands. As long as they did not deliberately want to die, they would have an extra life. The two of them are not dead, yet their faces were pale. The group of 5 colored god race in the temple wailed in their hearts. After the emergence of such a terrible power, the 18 square of star power above Etianyan began to lose some of the star power, was forcibly taken back. This was the difference in realms. If the difference was too great, the other party's stable state would be very abnormal. Naturally, it would be difficult to devour it. In the blink of an eye, the astral power from 18 cubes became 14 cubes. However, they all had 15 or even 16 cubic meters of star power, so they seemed very weak. Both of them have exploded. Your helper is dead for sure. Previously, when the green demon Holy King was killed, it was only one person. Now that there are 2 of them, he is dead for sure. Even if it's a unique Dharma idol, it won't do. Ji Fanyan wasn't in a hurry to fight family head Ji. Instead, he watched from the side. In fact, he even moved a little to the back, ready to escape at any time, and ready to fight immediately. How despicable! You even used the Star Venerable's blood. If you didn't have the Star Venerable's blood, you would definitely die. Family head Ji said coldly, "What a joke! The winner takes it all. Why are you talking about other things? Aren't you too childish?" Ji Fanyan said mockingly, "Of course, if you give him the Star Venerable's blood, you will also have the Star Venerable's blood. However, the Star Venerable's blood probably won't have any effect on him, right? Our Star Venerable's blood will only have an effect on our race. It won't have any effect on others." Family head Ji's face turned ashen. That was right. Their 5 colored god races, Star Venerable's blood couldn't be used by others. The main reason was that the attribute wasn't suitable. It could easily cause confusion. If it was used casually, not only would it have no effect, it might even cause one's body to explode. On Etianyan's side, facing the 2 exploding Star Venerables, his expression became serious. He knew that if he didn't strengthen himself, it would be difficult to deal with them. Then, when his gaze shifted to Grandpa Chi, his eyes immediately lit up. "Friend, can you give me a drop of the Star Venerable's blood?" Etianyan's eyes lit up when he felt the Star Venerable's blood in Grandpa Chi's hand. He could feel the surging power of the 5 elements contained in it. This power was very effective for him. It could even be said to be a perfect match. Grandpa Chi was stunned. He wanted to use a drop to erupt with power to resist the green demon race. Now that Etianyan asked, he didn't know what to do. "I'm afraid you can't use this Star Venerable's blood. If it's not used by our race, it might cause problems." Grandpa Chi didn't refuse immediately. No matter what, Etianyan was helping them resist the green demon race. If not for Etianyan, they would have been suppressed long ago. "Don't worry, I can use this thing," Etianyan said hurriedly. The 2 Star Venerables of the green demon race were about to pounce on him. If he didn't hurry, it would be too late. But Grandpa Chi didn't have the power to decide. He could use it, but the real decision to give to Etianyan was naturally made by the Patriarch. "Give it to him." Patriarch Ji immediately shouted, motioning for Grandpa Chi to give it to him. Grandpa Chi nodded, and immediately threw the Star Venerable's blood to Etianyan. Etianyan held the drop of Star Venerable's blood in his hand and felt the rich power of the 5 elements in it, which made him feel refreshed. This was indeed the Star Venerable's blood, especially this kind of unique Star Venerable's blood. It made him feel like his body was boiling. He felt that if he used it, he would definitely erupt. When the 2 green demon race saw Etianyan get the Star Venerable's blood, they didn't panic at all. If Etianyan was from the 5-colored divine race, they might panic a little. However, Etianyan was from the human race, so there was no need to panic. Ha! Do you think that after getting the Star Venerable's blood and using it, you will be stronger than us? What an idiot! If you have the ability, quickly use it. The green demon Holy Master and the others all knew the consequences of using the Star Venerable's blood other than the 5-colored divine race. They couldn't wait for Etianyan to use it immediately. This way, they could save time and effort. They wouldn't need to spend much effort to subdue Etianyan. Lord Patriarch, why did he let Grandpa Chi give him the Star Venerable's blood? If he uses it, there will be problems. When Kaiyan saw this, she became anxious. Wasn't this a bad thing? No, I feel that after Big Brother uses it, there will be no problems at all. He will only become stronger. Kai Shue's eyes flickered. She had a feeling that after Etianyan used it, he would definitely usher in a brand new power. But he is from the human race, not our 5-colored divine race. Kaiyan still didn't believe that Etianyan would be fine. Not to mention her, even Patriarch Ji didn't believe it. Chapter 1968. Etianyan did not have the Star Venerable's blood, but he could still fight against the 2 green demon star lords. After all, he still had the green demon star Venerable's blood, and he could still use it. Other people thought he could not use it, but he knew his situation. He could use the Star Venerable's blood of any race. His constitution meant that he could use all the effects of the Star Venerable's blood. The 5-colored Emperor Dragon's tyrannical power alone could subdue all tyrannical powers. In addition, he had the power of the 5 elements, so he could use all kinds of powers. He had asked Grandpa Chi to give him the Star Venerable's blood, so he had to use it as much as possible. Did he have to use all the Star Venerable's blood? He had. No matter what, he had come to help. It would be unreasonable if he did not give them some help. Fortunately, they had given him some, which made him feel relieved. Do you think I will explode if I use the 5-color divine, Star Venerable's blood? Etianyan held the Star Venerable's blood and looked at the 2 green demon Star Lords surrounding him with a smile. They had been about to attack him, but now they had stopped. They were obviously confident that he could not use the Star Venerable's blood. They were sure that Etianyan could not use the Star Venerable's blood. Once he used it, it would only cause great harm to his body. It would not bring him any benefits. It's hard to say. You will know once you try it. They smiled wickedly, waiting for Etianyan to use it. If it were the 5-colored divine Star Lord, they would have attacked long ago to stop him. Ji Clan's master wore a grave expression. He was not confident at all. He did not know why he did not refuse when Etianyan asked for the Star Venerable's blood. Ji Clan's master, you played your cards well. It seems like you have pinned all your hopes on him. Ji Fanyan smiled. He had been able to resist for a while. But now, if he used the Star Venerable's blood, he would be able to kill Etianyan without doing anything. Even if I pinned all my hopes on him, it would be better than pinning them on you. Ji Clan's master looked at him coldly. Ji Fanyan sneered. My way of thinking is the correct one. It's better than hiding here. As for dealing with the Green Devil race, that's just wishful thinking. The green demon race has an extremely strong power in the underground world. If they can all come out, our five-colored divine race will definitely be pushed to the point where not even a speck of dust remains. So what? I only know what to do and what not to do. G. Fanyon, you are wrong. Patriarch G said coldly, whether it's wrong or not, we'll see if your reinforcements take the Star Venerable's blood. G. Fanyon coldly snorted. At this moment, Tianyun picked up the Star Venerable's blood and stuffed it into his mouth without any hesitation. After taking it, the surface of Tianyun's body quickly glowed with 5 colors. Following that, he began to heat up. The surface of his skin was like a raging wave rolling up and down. Ha ha, as expected, I can't absorb it. The negative effects are starting to appear. Seeing that, they started to laugh out loud. After the 5-colored divine race consumed it, such a situation would not occur. After Tianyun consumed it, his body swelled up. It was obvious that his body was about to explode. With Tianyun's cultivation, his body would not explode. However, suppressing this power, how could he divert his attention to fight? He could only let himself be slaughtered. He did not even have the strength to resist. Patriarch G closed his eyes in pain. It seemed that the miracle did not appear. They were really going to be finished. Kaiyun covered her mouth. This situation was obviously going to be finished. She had really believed Kai Shue's words before, that there would be a miracle. But the miracle did not appear. Tianyun was going to be finished. It's okay. Big Brother can do it. Kai Shue still believed that Tianyun did not fail. The fluctuations on the surface of his body did not mean that he would definitely fail. Sister, Kaiyun shook her head and sighed deeply. She did not say anything more. She did not want to destroy her sister's fantasy, but the truth was like this. If there had been no rejection, he would have exploded all of his power like what they had done. His body would not have swelled up. What an idiot. I thought I would have to spend some effort. Now, I don't have to kill him. The green demon battle saint and the others laughed. They were all ready to fight against Tianyun. They had consumed the Star Venerable's blood, but they had to be cautious when facing such a powerful Tianyun. Now, they did not even need to attack fiercely. Their opponent seemed to have lost his power to fight. When they had surrounded Tianyun suddenly shouted and turned into the giant 5-colored Emperor Dragon again. The 5-colored dragon scales on the surface of his body became even more dazzling and darker. At the same time, a beam of starlight soared into the sky. The star power he had possessed increased to 20 cubic meters in one go. If not me, who else can do it? Tianyun, who had turned into the 5-colored Emperor Dragon, was even bigger than before. His eyes shone brightly. He could make his opponent explode with just a glance. Roar. Tianyun looked up to the sky and roared, and a violent power burst out in all directions. The powerful sound wave directly impacted the 2 green devil star sovereigns, forcing them to retreat. The green devil race, who was slightly further away, had his head exploded, and his soul exploded. 20 cubic meters of star power. They opened their eyes wide. They had never seen so much star power. The area it covered was even more shocking than before. The key was that there was a qualitative change above it. Under normal circumstances, it would only be a patch of silver light. But now, there was a Milky Way above it. The light shining down was like a bright moon, and the surrounding stars had become dim and lifeless. What kind of star could be brighter than the moon? Primal chaos rage. Tianyun opened his mouth and condensed a giant energy cannon. It was at least 20 times more powerful than before. Awful. Run. The green demon battle saint and the others were so scared that they turned around and fled. A sense of death welled up in their hearts. They were naturally sensitive, and they knew they could not resist it. They could only flee. But how could Tianyan let them escape? The terrifying death beam swept out once again. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes, including the Green Demon Battle Saint and the Green Demon Holy Master. They were instantly engulfed and turned into ashes. Merging with a star venerable's blood was useless. They were directly destroyed by the destructive light. Not even a speck was left. Ding successfully killed the Green Demon Battle Saint, obtained a drop of Star Venerable's blood, Green Demon Race. Ding successfully killed the Green Demon Holy Master, obtained a drop of Star Venerable's blood, Green Demon Race. Tianyan's mind was only focused on the Star Venerable's blood. He completely ignored the star energy points. Although it was a large amount of star energy points, it was still a drop in the ocean for him. Chapter 1969. When the experience and rewards popped up, Tianyan could confirm whether his opponents were dead or not. Before, when they did not pop up, he knew that the two Star Lords were not dead. Now that he had been ejected, he was certain that his opponent was dead for sure. Moreover, it was the kind of death that was certain. It's over. The battle is over. Tianyan returned to his original form and let out a deep breath. The two Star Lords were dead, so the situation was under his control. All that was left was Jifanyan. As long as he suppressed Jifanyan, everything would be over. The rest of the green demons were like trash. With a sweep, they were easily dealt with. I have to say that the Star Venerate's blood is really powerful. If my body was not strong enough, I would not have been able to endure such a surging power. When Tianyan took the Star Venerate's blood, he immediately felt his body churn. Actually, it was the energy flowing to his limbs. He was different from the five-colored divine race. After they took it, it would only appear in their bodies, but for him, it would appear on the surface of his body. When he frantically strengthened his body, this kind of terrifying situation would appear. But that was all. It did not cause him any harm. It only seemed slightly terrifying, but it would not cause him any harm. Thus, in the eyes of others, Tianyan's body was about to explode, or something had happened to his body. In reality, it was just a slight change in his body. From this, it could be seen that the Star Venerate's blood was not something other cultivators could feel. He had relied on his strong body to endure such a strong power. Correspondingly, after enduring it, the power he erupted with surpassed his imagination. He had not expected it to increase by so much. Being able to reach 20 units of stellar power was largely due to the effects of devouring the stars. Otherwise, just relying on the Star Venerate's blood would not have been able to achieve such a high effect. Then he looked in Fanyan's direction. Fanyan was slightly startled. Then he turned and fled. He was already quite far away. After exploding with speed, he disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Fanyan had indeed prepared everything and was ready to escape at any time. He fled as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation. You want to leave? Tianyan naturally would not let Fanyan escape. As long as it was an enemy of the five-colored divine race, he would not let them go. Only in this way would the five-colored god race be even more grateful to him. His body flashed, and the wind force in his body rolled up. With the help of 20 cubes of astral power, his speed became even faster. In the blink of an eye, he tore through the void and traveled forward. A moment later, Tianyan appeared, flicking his wrist and sending a figure flying back toward him. A figure fell from the sky like a meteorite and smashed into the ground. It bounced a few times before finally falling limply to the ground. Everyone looked carefully and realized that it was Fanyan who had just escaped. Right now, let alone Fan Yun, he was feeling dizzy and paralyzed on the ground. His entire body was half crippled, and the power in his body had been suppressed. Against Yi Tianyun's strength, he could not resist at all. Unless he took the Star Venerable's blood, he would not be able to resist Yi Tianyun's power. However, he didn't have a Star Venerable's blood, so he couldn't even take it if he wanted to. Such a scene stunned everyone. After all, these were 3 Star Venerate experts. Yet they were like dogs, beaten up so badly that they could not resist. They all wondered if a Star Venerable had descended. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? However, they could still feel that Yi Tianyun was only a late-stage Star Venerable, not a Star Venerable. After Yi Tianyun knocked Ji Fanyan back, he did not stop. Instead, he turned around and charged at the other green demons, continuing to eliminate them. He did not want to waste so much astral energy. He would earn as much as he could. He would not let go of any astral energy. Kill. The 5-colored god race's morale soared. They were already very courageous in the first place. Now, their morale was even higher as the green demons pressed forward. When they saw the Star Venerates die, their hearts died as well. The beings they believed in the most had been killed in an instant. Furthermore, they had been killed by a human. They could not accept this. Even the green demon, Holy King, had been killed. This meant that the 3 lords had all been killed by Yi Tianyun. He was simply the bane of the Green Devil race. He had killed so many experts here, causing the Green Devil race to feel like dying ashes. Now, Yi Tianyun swept all the Green Demon clan in his way, and he killed every single Green Demon clan member he encountered. Not a single Green Demon clan member escaped. As long as they touched him, they would be killed. As Yi Tianyun swept through the remaining green demons, Clan Master Ji looked at Ji Fanyan, who was at his feet. He was extremely shocked. He knew how strong Ji Fanyan was. He was not any weaker than him. Ji Fanyan had originally competed with him for the position of Clan Master. In the end, Ji Fanyan had been defeated. Although he could not become Clan Master, Ji Fanyan's strength was about the same as his. But now he was being crushed. This was simply too shocking for him. This was the first time he had seen someone use a Star Venerable's blood to such an extent. He even felt that Yi Tianyun had not used his full power. He had been holding back. You lost. Clan Master Ji thought for a while and finally said, You lost. Ha ha ha, I lost. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Ji Fanyan laughed, his laughter filled with misery. He had not expected that his plan, which he had been so confident in, would fail just like that. Furthermore, it was a complete mess. Don't worry. When the time comes, the entire clan will come to punish you. For now, let's deal with the matters here first. Clan Master Ji continued to add star runes to Ji Fanyan's body, sealing him even more firmly. Then, he handed Ji Fanyan to his subordinates to watch over him while he went to kill the green demons. There were still many green demons present. As the clan master, he naturally had to participate in the battle. Originally, he should have made a move against so many Star Venerates, who knew that he would not even need to do anything before Yi Tianyun finished them off. As the clan master, he had not done much. This made him feel rather awkward. Now, he could only find some pride from the remaining green demons. We won. We won. Kai Shui hugged her big sister and started shouting, I knew Big Brother would win. I knew it. She was very happy. At the start, she had thought that Yi Tianyun would win. Kai Yun had not believed in her. Now that she had won, she was naturally happy. This is really a miracle. Kai Yun muttered as she looked at the situation. Chapter 1970. Yi Tianyun had defeated all of the green demons. Most of them had been killed by him, not because he was actively helping the five-colored holy race, but because he wanted to earn more star energy. Only with more star energy could he level up. He couldn't wait to break through to the star venerable realm. Only by breaking through to the star venerable realm would he be able to control more power. By then, he would be able to destroy the Jade God ancestral land with a single stomp. However, he was still a long way from breaking through to the star venerable realm. "It's over," Tianyun heaved a sigh of relief. His mind was somewhat exhausted. This was because he had consumed too much energy, especially the star venerable realm's blood. It was very powerful when consumed, but once its effects disappeared, his body would be severely exhausted. After all, this was a great explosion, and it required a body as a foundation. Naturally, it consumed the body's condition, which was why he seemed so exhausted. Seeing that all of the green demons had been eliminated, the only one who had survived was Ji Fanyun. Ji Fanyun wasn't a green demon, but a five-colored holy race. That was why he had survived. As soon as he stopped, he felt the gazes of the people around him. They were all filled with gratitude and shock. They didn't know why Tianyun had helped them, but that wasn't important. All they needed to know was that Tianyun had come to help them. Without his help, they would have fallen into the enemy's hands by now. "Friend, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to resist this attack. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why are you in our world?" The Ji clan's master's eyes flashed. It was true that Tianyun had helped them, but why was he in their world? That was another matter altogether. If he had been lying in ambush here, what would he have done? Or how had Tianyun managed to sneak in? Their world might not be impregnable, but at least it couldn't be casually entered. That's a long story. Before I answer, can Clan Master Ji not pursue the matter? Tianyun said with a smile. "We won't pursue this matter. Even if you snuck in here to steal our treasures, we'll just accept it. Compared to those treasures, you have helped our five-colored divine race through this difficult time. This kind of kindness is extremely worth exchanging with treasures. However, I don't think you're here to steal our treasures. After all, if you really wanted to steal our treasures, you would have taken advantage of our crisis to escape and not come to help us." Patriarch Ji was very calm and didn't let his thoughts run wild. If it was really that kind of thief, he would have fled long ago. Why would he come to help? "This investigation isn't about me. Of course, since Patriarch Ji has said so, you can let the two sisters Kai Shui and Kai Yun testify for me. They know what happened." Tianyun was worried that the two of them would be punished, so he asked clan leader Ji to make a promise first. Kai Shui and Kai Yun. Patriarch Ji was startled. He had quite an impression of these two sisters. Their innate talents weren't bad, but they weren't the type that stood out. Why was he asking about them? Clan leader Ji gestured for them to bring him out. Now that they were safe, there was naturally no need to hide in the temple. Soon, Kai Shui and Kai Yun came over. As soon as Kai Shui arrived, she quickly rushed over and said excitedly, "Big brother, I knew you were very powerful. Big sister still didn't believe that you could defeat them." Tianyun reached out and patted her little head. He smiled and said, "If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to defeat them." "What's going on?" This friend said that the reason he could come in is related to you. Patriarch Ji looked at them and asked this. Kai Yun was a bit nervous, but she still told him everything in detail. After knowing, Patriarch Ji revealed an expression of sudden realization. The other elders also nodded. They didn't expect there to be such a connection. So that's how it is. It seems that Kai Shui brought back a strong helper for us. Patriarch Ji smiled and didn't blame the two sisters. At the same time, he rejoiced that Eteonyon wasn't the kind of person who would cause trouble. Otherwise, the clan would be in trouble. However, he somewhat approved of Kai Shue's actions. To be able to help eliminate the enemy who killed his parents, no matter what, he had to help. This kind of feeling was understandable. Indeed, if it wasn't for Kai Shue bringing me back, I really wouldn't have been able to help you. Eteonyon smiled and said, "This is a kind of repayment for Kai Shue. Since she helped me, I will help her. No matter what, compared to Kai Shue's kindness to you, your help is really much greater." Patriarch Ji smiled and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. After this matter is settled, we will definitely treat you well. Now, go and rest for a while. Leave the matters here to us." They were all very happy. This battle had very few losses, and they even caught the traitor Ji Fanyan. This was a great harvest. Eteonyon nodded and left the rest of the finishing touches to them. As an outsider, he naturally stayed in his room and waited for news. He believed that through this matter, the five-colored divine clan would definitely treat him well and treat him as a good friend. Immediately, he was led by Kai Shue and Kai Yun to the VIP room. He didn't need to hide in his room anymore. Instead, a very good courtyard was arranged for him. This time, the two sisters were completely used to serve him and listen to his orders. The main reason was that they were originally more familiar with Eteonyon, so they were sent to serve him. "Big brother, you're really too amazing. In the outside world, you must be the most amazing, right?" Kai Shue's eyes were full of stars. She worshipped Eteonyon very much. How could that be? In the outside world, there are many who are more amazing than me. Eteonyon smiled and said, Kai Yun pulled Kai Shue over and told her to be more polite. "Sir, this is our five-colored divine spring. Please have a taste." Kai Yun naturally wasn't as impudent as Kai Shue. She didn't dare to be as impudent as before. Instead, she completely put down her attitude and respectfully served Eteonyon. Eteonyon took the tea and took a sip. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be so restrained. It's good to be like before." Kai Yun's face turned red. How would she dare to do that now? At that time, she didn't know Eteonyon's strength. Now that he was the benefactor of the five-colored divine clan, she didn't dare to be impudent. "I don't dare. I don't dare. Big brother is very kind. Why do you need to be so restrained? I still have a lot of things to ask Big brother." Kai Shue leaned over again and continued to stick to Eteonyon. Kai Yun felt very helpless. She could only let her sister do whatever she wanted. At this time, a melodious voice sounded in his ears. "Ding, successfully completed. Resist the Green Demon Clan's encirclement and rescue the five-colored divine clan. Obtained 100 points of five-colored divine clan's favorability. At the same time, obtained a chance to upgrade the system skill. Can be accumulated. System skill upgrade chance. Can upgrade the skills you currently possess, except crazy mode." Chapter 1971. Eteonyon stayed here for a few days. During these days, delicious food and drinks were served to him. Apart from not being able to go out as he pleased, he was able to stay here and move around. Soon, everything outside was taken care of. Eteonyon followed them out. At this time, most of the area outside had been repaired. There were not as many traces of battle as before. He was invited to the palace, which was also decorated lavishly. Piles of fruit wine and spirit fruits filled the place. All kinds of delicacies were piled up. It was a grand feast. It looked like a grand ceremony, but seeing how they were staring at him, he guessed that they had arranged this kind of extravagance to welcome him. "Star-Lord Skycloud, you're here." Clan leader G stood up and greeted him with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. We spent a lot of time repairing this place. It's all thanks to you that we were able to get through this. For this, we have set up decorations that are usually reserved for grand ceremonies. It's to thank you for your help. That's too much. Itianyan smiled. He had seen this kind of extravagance before. However, they were so enthusiastic that he felt a little embarrassed. It's not an exaggeration. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid this kind of grand ceremony would never happen again. Clan leader G sighed, then maintained his smile. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's celebrate first. Fellow clansmen, it's all thanks to Star Lord Skycloud that we were able to get through this. Let's toast to him. Clan leader G raised his wine cup. Even though this place was rather isolated, this kind of toast was unavoidable. One by one, the clansmen raised their cups and toasted Itianyan. Itianyan also toasted them and drained his cup in one gulp. Next came all kinds of hospitality. The beauties of the multicolored divine tribe also sang and danced. No matter which tribe it was, this aspect was indispensable. Itianyan accepted it calmly. Since they were treating him like this, he would definitely accept it. The atmosphere reached its peak during this celebration. Although they were still worried, at this moment, they threw away all their worries and participated in the festivities. Star Lord Skycloud, the multicolored divine tribe has nothing to repay you with. However, we will still take out some rewards as repayment for your help this time. Patriarch G took out 3 rings and said with a smile, These are 5-colored divine grass, 5-colored divine stone, and 5-colored divine blood. These are all treasures of our clan. You can choose one of them as your reward. Etienne's eyes lit up. All 3 were excellent treasures. The 5-colored divine grass was almost on the same level as the 9 revolution star grass, or even better. The 5-colored divine stone was a 5-colored divine stone that condensed the essence of the 5-colored divine stone. The energy contained within it was even denser and more powerful. It was no less precious than the 9 revolution star grass. As for the 5-colored divine blood, it was actually the blood of a star venerable. Since it was the essence blood of the 5-colored divine clan, it was naturally called the 5-colored divine blood. If he could get all 3, that would be the best. But now he could only choose one. He had to think about it carefully. Then I'll take the 5-colored divine grass. Itianyan pointed at the 5-colored divine grass. After thinking about it, he felt that it would be more helpful. The 5-colored divine blood would allow him to explode with great power for a short period of time. It would not be permanent. Thus, he decided to take the 5-colored divine grass instead of the other 2 items. Clan Master G smiled. In the end, he handed the 3 rings to Itianyan. He said, You are indeed different from other Star Lords. Other Star Lords would want all of them, not just one. I have seen too many greedy Star Lords. I admire Star Lord Heavenly Cloud. Thus, I plan to give you these 3 treasures as a reward. At the same time, I also want to deepen our relationship. From now on, you will be an honored guest of the 5-colored divine clan. You can come and be our guest at any time. Patriarch G gave all the rewards to Itianyan, and one of them was to build a good relationship with him. How could he let go of such an expert, especially since he did not have any ill intentions towards the 5-colored divine clan? It was all the more reason to befriend him. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Itianyan was not a fool. Since Clan Master G had given it to him, how could he reject it? After he received it, his eyes lit up. Does that mean that Clan Master G has a passage to enter and exit at will? Of course there is. As the protectors of this place, we would be too careless if we did not even have a way out. Clan Master G sighed. As a last resort, we will not break our promise and escape from here. The real passage is inside the divine temple. Through the divine temple, we can leave this place. Similarly, we can enter this place through the passage inside the divine temple. So that's how it is, Eteonian nodded. He had also guessed this situation. There was definitely a passage. It was just that they were not willing to escape. Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud, actually, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can help me. Clan Master G hesitated before speaking. Speak. Eteonian narrowed his eyes. It's actually very simple. The green demon race has not been destroyed. They are still suppressed below. There are no problems for now. The 3 Star Lords have been destroyed. They will not be able to come out in the short term. We hope that the next time they attack, you can come and help us. Of course, we will pay you handsomely. Clan Master G expressed his intentions in the end. He had arranged for so many things and given so many rewards. Everything was to pave the way for this. Once Eteonian left, he would not have the chance to say it. No matter how thin-skinned he was, he had to brace himself and say it. After all, this concerned the safety of the 5-colored divine race. He did not trust the other powerhouses. After all, establishing a trustworthy relationship required a lot of trials. No problem. If there is any danger, contact me at any time. I will definitely rush over. Eteonian agreed without even thinking about it. If he could obtain such a generous reward and kill this trash for star energy, why not? All right. Clan Master G's eyes shone brightly. He took out a 5-colored token and handed it over. This is our identity token. As long as you have this token, you will be able to receive our urgent messages. Unless it is urgent, we will not casually pass on messages. With this token, you can also enter the passage at will. This is also proof of our friendly relationship. Eteonian took the token and accepted it. All right, I will accept it. Eteonian smiled. I believe that sooner or later, you will be able to completely suppress the green demon race and escape. Chapter 1972. Clan Master G could only shake his head and sigh at Eteonian's blessing. I hope that day will come. I don't see any hope yet, Clan Master G said, shaking his head. Clan Master G, haven't you thought about recruiting people outside so that we can attack together? Eteonian thought about it and decided to ask. Of course I've thought about it, but the price must be very high. Our clan does have some resources, but we can't invite too many people. The cultivators outside often ask for exorbitant prices, and we are going to deal with the Green Demon Clan this time. This kind of mission is basically a battle to the death. How high do you think the reward is for them to accompany you? Clan leader G sighed deeply and pointed out the most difficult problem. The 5-colored Holy Clan had declined. How many resources could they have? Even if they invited a Star Lord, how many resources would they need? The 5-colored Holy Clan wasn't an invincible treasure house. They didn't have everything. When a Star Lord learned what kind of mission it was, he would ask for a high price. Eteonian could imagine that. Even if the 5-colored Holy Clan emptied their resources, they wouldn't be able to invite many strong people. The 5-colored Divine Stone was good, but it was not enough. The 5-colored Divine Stone they gave to Eteonian was called the 5-colored Divine Stone Essence. That was different, but they didn't have much 5-colored Divine Stone Essence, so they couldn't invite too many people. I see. Eteonian nodded. He had a general idea of what was going on. I'm not afraid to tell you that we are waiting for that Lord to come. Maybe we can win this battle, Clan Master G said, as he looked at Eteonian's expression. He wanted to see any changes on his face. However, Eteonian's expression didn't change. He looked at him and asked, Is that Lord the benefactor of the five-colored holy clan that Kai Shui mentioned? Yes, Clan Master Ji had guessed that Tianyun had been sent by that lord, but it seemed he didn't know. I don't know how many years it has been. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. Tianyun shook his head. Even strong star venerables would die one day. Everything was possible. Therefore, even if one's strength was astonishing, it was still possible for one to die in some corner. Forget it, it's fine no matter what. Now, we can only rely on this. As long as our generation is still alive, we will uphold this promise. Patriarch Ji thought about it for a moment, then asked, "This is the responsibility of our generation. As for the next generation, when the time comes, we can only choose to retreat. After all, this matter had nothing to do with them. At that time, I hope that Star Lord Heavenly Cloud can take care of me. I will be eternally grateful. If it really comes to that, I'll help take care of it." Tianyun sighed. He still has a very high respect for their idea of keeping their promise. It wasn't easy for him to do this. How many cultivators could keep their promises like the five-colored divine race? With such an attitude, if the day really came, he would definitely help to take care of her. "Thank you, Star Lord Heavenly Cloud. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink." Patriarch Ji didn't continue chatting. He continued to drink with Tianyun and watch the beautiful dance in front of them. However, their minds were no longer on the dance. Soon, the feast ended. Everyone returned to their positions and continued to repair the damage in the small world. Tianyun stayed for a day or two, then it was time to go back. On his way back, Patriarch Ji personally led him to the temple. "Big brother, are you leaving?" Kai Shui looked reluctant. She didn't want Tianyun to leave so soon. "Yes, I still have a lot of things to do outside. But if I have time, I'll come back to see you." Tianyun rubbed her little head. Kai Shui reminded him of his daughter, Shue, and his wife. Right now, his greatest wish was to quickly and firmly grasp his world in his hands. Only then could he be at ease. "Really? Then it's a promise." Kai Shui jumped up in surprise and hugged Tianyun. These days, staying with Tianyun was like having a big brother. It made her very happy. When Patriarch Ji saw this situation, he already had some plans for Kai Shui. That was to nurture Kai Shui well. It seemed that Kai Shui had a good relationship with Tianyun. Then he would make good use of this relationship. Maybe Tianyun would take care of him a little more for Kai Shui's sake. Soon, they arrived at the temple. The temple's construction was magnificent. It was built with five-colored divine stones. As soon as they entered, a huge statue came into view. This person looked very ordinary. It was like throwing him into a crowd of passers-by would immediately drown him. Apart from the statue in front of them, there were many other statues on the side. But the other statues were all tall and mighty. They looked very handsome. They weren't on the same level at all. "Could this be your benefactor?" Tianyun compared. He could only think that this ordinary-looking statue was their benefactor. After all, he could still find some similarities with the other statues, but he really couldn't find any similarities with this one. "Yes, he is our benefactor, an incomparably powerful being. His cultivation has reached the level of a legendary being. Back then, he saved us from disaster. If it weren't for him, our five-colored divine clan would have been annihilated." Patriarch Ji's expression was full of respect. The others who came in with him all had the same expression. They were taught since young that this person was their benefactor. They must hold the highest respect. Other than the appearance, Tianyun couldn't find any other aura. This was actually a statue that was built according to the appearance. It didn't carry any energy. Unlike the other statues, which had the energy of their previous life, the effect was completely different. I see. Tianyan nodded. He didn't say much. He just remembered this appearance. Then, Patriarch Ji brought him to the innermost area. After passing through layers of seals, they finally arrived in front of the teleportation array. This is the teleportation array to go out. If you want to come back, you'll have to come in from here. Patriarch Ji said with a smile. Okay, I'll go first. Tianyan smiled and walked toward the teleportation array, and soon disappeared in the teleportation array. Okay, we should continue to prepare. We don't know when the next battle will start. Patriarch Ji turned around and walked outside. He looked at Kai Shui and Kai Yun and said, "You two sisters, come here. I have something to say to you." Yes, Patriarch. The two sisters carefully followed. When the other disciples saw this, they knew that the two sisters would definitely be taken care of. They were very envious. The five-colored divine clan didn't have many clansmen. However, there were at least a few thousand of them. Only a small portion of them were trained. Chapter 1973. After coming out, Tianyan found himself in a remote corner. There was basically nothing around, just an open space. After memorizing this area, he immediately flew in the direction of the celestial terminus ancestral land. In the outside world, the celestial terminus ancestral land had been completely taken over. Those who disobeyed orders were all killed. Those who chose to surrender would be branded as slaves once again. This would not change. For the Jade God ancestral land, being branded as slaves was a must. They did not expect to be able to raise these cultivators well. Instead, they treated them like animals to be reared in captivity and ordered around at will. After being branded as slaves, they did not need to worry about rebelling. They could only carry out any orders given. Even if they were ordered to die, they would immediately do it. This was what they needed. If they wanted to live, they must be branded as slaves. If they didn't bear the mark of a slave, then only death awaited them. How they chose was up to them. As time passed, Tianyan did not appear. Everyone thought that Tianyan had died in the Five Elements Mountain or was trapped inside. In any case, the celestial terminus ancestral land had been taken over by the Jade God ancestral land. Even if he came back, he would still face the Jade God ancestral land. Some people were full of resentment towards Tianyan, while others did not blame Tianyan. After all, nothing had changed. After choosing to surrender, they still became slaves. It was no different than before. At least they still had freedom for a period of time, which was given by Tianyan. However, most of them were full of resentment. They always thought that if Tianyan did not cause trouble, how could the Jade God ancestral land retaliate? It was a good choice to dominate a region, but he just had to provoke the Jade God ancestral land. Wasn't he stupid? No one knew the truth, and those who knew had no chance to say it. This was the Jade God ancestral land's world. If they spread it, they would die. This group of people included Han Long, Qing Xue, and the others. All of them had gathered together and formed a resistance alliance. However, this resistance alliance was not very strong. The strongest was only Grandmaster Xing. Grandmaster Xing was strong, but he was insignificant in the face of the Jade God ancestral land. In general, a group of powerful forces had gathered. The God Slayer team had been persecuted. After being saved by Tianyan, they had been loyal to him. Therefore, after this incident, they naturally chose to follow Tianyan. No matter what Tianyan did, they would still choose to follow Tianyan. Damn it, the Jade God ancestral land is getting more and more disgusting. They have a bad reputation. It was the Jade God ancestral land's doing. And now they're saying that they're taking revenge? How ridiculous. Those idiots that were originally rescued think they were harmed by the Lord. Truly disgusting. Qing Xue burned with rage, and the nearby Han Long was extremely furious as well. What can be done? Our force is far weaker than the Jade God ancestral land, which Star Venerable Realm has you. Even if they have no reason to suppress us, no one will dare to resist. Deng Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. They were also angry when they learned the truth. Let's stop talking about this. Let's carry out the plan. I plan to eliminate the force of the Jade God ancestral land in Yuming City first. Yuming City is a bit weaker, so we will eliminate them little by little. We will do as much as we can. When Taoist Tianyun comes back, we will at least be able to help eliminate some forces. The drug deity was very calm. He planned to eliminate the force of the Jade God ancestral land stationed in the celestial terminus ancestral land, bit by bit. In their opinion, the celestial terminus ancestral land must be taken back. This was a good starting point, so they couldn't lose it, especially their hometown, which was below the celestial terminus ancestral land, so they had to take it back. That's right. That's all we can do for now. Before the Lord comes back, we have to do something. Qing Shui and the others nodded. They didn't want to hide in the dark all the time. They had been making all kinds of plans. When Yi Tianyun came back, they could help eliminate some of the forces. At the same time, they believed that Yi Tianyun wasn't dead. At most, he was trapped in the celestial terminus ancestral land. Therefore, they had been waiting for Yi Tianyun to come back. When the time came, they believed that they could definitely take back the celestial terminus ancestral land. After making the plan, they immediately started to act. One by one, they went to Yuming City. Soon, a large group of people quickly killed their way to Yuming City. They quietly wiped out the forces of the Jade God ancestral land in Yuming City. Everything went according to plan. There were not many problems. They were not weak. As long as the forces they planted were not strong, it was not difficult to eliminate them. After eliminating Yuming City, they quickly went to the next city and eradicated them one by one. When they eradicated one of the cities, they thought it would be as smooth as before. Suddenly, a terrible force fell from the sky, making them tremble. They looked up at the sky in horror. Star venerate. They felt the power of a star venerate. Logically, it was impossible for a star venerate to appear. After all, the star venerates of the Jade God ancestral land were so powerful. Why would they lower themselves to eliminate them? At most, they would send a star master, not a star venerate. But now, they really felt the power of a star venerate. Did this mean that the Jade God ancestral land really sent the two legendary existences? A group of trash hiding in the dark. Do you think you can eliminate the forces of the Jade God ancestral land with your little power? Star venerate Luo Ju looked at the people below coldly, full of disdain. But at least you succeeded in attracting me here. You should be honored to have me take action. It's not those two lords. This is the new star venerate of the Jade God ancestral land. Their hearts trembled. Star venerate Luo Ju's cultivation was not very high. He had probably broken through to the star venerate level not long ago. Maybe he had broken through to the star venerate level long ago, but he had been at the early stage of the star venerate level. No matter what, this meant that the Jade God ancestral land had other star venerates. Even the weakest star venerate was still a star venerate. Let's go. Without saying another word, Han Long led his men and retreated outside. This time, they did not bring many people, but it was still a large force. Qing Shui was also among them. She had volunteered to fight. Since she had chosen to follow Yi Tianyun, she needed to prove herself. Now that they had encountered a star venerate, their faces turned pale, and they immediately fled in all directions. They would not escape together. Instead, they chose to scatter in all directions. This way, even if they were caught, only a small portion of them would be caught. You think you can escape? Star Venerate Luo Ju smiled disdainfully. He waved his hand, and the surrounding flames flickered. Soon, a group of Star Masters emerged and sealed the area tightly. Chapter 1974. Han Long and the others had succeeded so many times. How could they not attract the attention of the ancestral land of the Jade God? In a fit of anger, they sent out Star Monarch Luo Ju, a new Star Monarch. If word got out, it would mean that the ancestral land of the Jade God still had 3 Star Monarchs. If the previous Star Monarch was not killed, then there would be 4 Star Monarchs. This number was terrifying. Perhaps only the ancestral land of the Jade God could cultivate so many Star Monarchs. It's over. We didn't even get a hint. Han Long and the others had been gathering information from all around, but they still didn't know that the ancestral land of the Jade God had sent people. Either there was a mole, or they were too secretive and surrounded them without anyone noticing. But overall, it should be the latter. They were sure that there was no mole here, so it could only mean that the ancestral land of the Jade God was very capable. They could easily deceive everyone, so they couldn't get any information. Surrounded by so many strong enemies, even if they were not weak, it would be difficult for them to escape. There were so many Star Masters here, at least a dozen of them plus a Star Monarch. How could they escape? Especially since they had already prepared everything. If they could let Han Long and the others escape, then they were really useless. If I let you escape, then I'm really useless. Do you really think you arranged it well? Star Monarch Luo Ju sneered. There were too many loopholes. We quickly found those so-called spies. This place belongs to the ancestral land of the Jade God. They were startled. That was true. Everyone here was their slave. As long as they gave the order, they could quickly find the spies. They might not have done so at first, but after they were angered and gave the order, they quickly found the spies. Once the spies were found, Han Long and the others were blind. Without the spies, how could they get any information? We were indeed careless. Han Long and the others sighed. This time, they admitted that they had lost, and the price was death. Even so, before we die, we have to fight and kill as many as we can. Han Long turned to look at Qing Shui and sighed. I told you not to come. These things are very dangerous. You shouldn't have come. What's not dangerous? Qing Shui smiled faintly and said in a carefree manner, When I was following you, I wanted to offer myself to you at any time. All right. Han Long laughed out loud. My lord is indeed not mistaken. Then let's fight side by side and kill as many as we can. All right. After Qing Shui consumed the water spirit fruit, her cultivation took a huge leap and was about to break through to Great Master Xing. If she was given a bit more time, she would be able to break through to Great Master Xing without any pressure. However, in this place, her battle prowess was still very ordinary. The people surrounding them were all Grandmaster Xing. Just her cultivation of Star Master late stage was really not enough. The other companions who came with him also had the same mentality. If they were afraid of death, they would have surrendered a long time ago instead of continuing to be enemies with the ancestral land of Jade God. Jade God ancestral land is such a powerful force. It takes a lot of courage to go against them. But they had done it. Even if they had to die, they would go against the ancestral land of the Jade God. This was to live for one's dignity, not to linger on with one's last breath. A bunch of trash wants to go against our ancestral land of the Jade God. Kill them. Star Sovereign Luo Ju said coldly, What a waste of time. If I had known earlier, I would not have come here. It's such a waste of time to come here for a pile of trash. He did not plan to attack. Sending so many grandmasters was enough to kill them, but when they were about to attack, a figure stood in the void. As he stood there, the air around him solidified. The grandmasters who had rushed over were all turned into statues, unable to move in the air. So what if we go against your ancestral land of the Jade God? A bunch of disgusting people. Do you still think you are the rulers of this world? A familiar voice rang in Han Long's ears. They all looked up and saw Yi Tianyun's face. This face was too familiar, so familiar that they couldn't help but shed tears when they saw it. My lord is back! My lord is back! Qing Shui's eyes were red. She knew that Yi Tianyun would definitely come back. He did not die in there, as the rumors said. My lord! Star Sovereign Luo Ju looked at Yi Tianyun, who suddenly appeared in the void. He was startled. He did not know when he had appeared. Then he saw Yi Tianyun stretch out his hand and flick his fingers. The surrounding grandmasters all exploded and died. It was like fireworks blooming in the air. It was very beautiful. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 grandmasters were easily killed as if they were drinking water. Star Sovereign Luo Ju was stunned. His heart sank. Even if it were him, he would not be able to do this. Doesn't this mean that Yi Tianyun's power is much stronger than him? Stop acting mysterious. Quickly come and die. Star Sovereign Luo Ju thought that he could defeat Yi Tianyun. He had just become a star venerate not long ago, so he was a little arrogant. As a star venerate, he stood above everyone. Who would dare to disobey him? A grade 5-star Dharma idol appeared behind Star Sovereign Luo Ju. No wonder he could become a star venerate with a grade 5-star Dharma idol. At the same time, Star Sovereign Luo Ju attracted astral energy from 3 directions. It was extremely dazzling in the dark night. The cultivators watching from afar were shocked by this scene. They felt that this was the power of a star venerate. Facing the erupting Star Sovereign Luo Ju, Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. He just stood in the void, without moving. When Star Sovereign Luo Ju rushed over, he suddenly attacked. He raised his hand and flicked gently. An invisible force attacked Star Sovereign Luo Ju. Boom! An invisible force pierced through Star Monarch Luo Ju's barrier and struck his body, producing a dull thud. Following that, Star Sovereign Luo Ju grunted and flew back. Finally, he crashed into many houses. After piercing through several houses, he barely stopped. The seemingly tyrannical Star Sovereign Luo Ju could not compare to Yi Tianyun's flick. Isn't that a star venerate? How could he be defeated so easily? Heavens, could he be the heavenly cloud star grandmaster who fell out with the celestial pole ancestral land? But that's not right. His strength is definitely above the star venerate level. Are you stupid? His cultivation must have broken through to the star venerate level. I even heard news about him. I didn't expect him to really come out of the 5-element mountain. Does that mean we will soon be free? Chapter 1975. Yi Tianyun was like a god descending, easily sending Star-Lord Luo Ju flying. Not to mention the surrounding cultivators. Even Han Long and the others were shocked. When they were with Yi Tianyun, they didn't have this kind of strength. Now, he could even easily defeat a Star-Lord. How did he cultivate? No matter how they cultivated, their hearts were filled with excitement, and their faces were flushed. The stronger Yi Tianyun was, the more excited they felt. They could not wait for Yi Tianyun to be invincible and crush everything. My lord is too powerful. He is much more powerful than before. Qing Shui's pretty face was red. When they parted, Yi Tianyun was still a Star Master. Now, he could even kill a Star-Lord. Such strength was simply shocking. Indeed, Milord is invincible. He cannot be understood with common sense. When they saw Eteonyon appear, they were worried that he would be easily injured if he fought with Star-Lord Luoju. Now, they did not need to worry about that. Eteonyon crushed him with one palm strike. Soon, Star-Lord Luoju flew out of a pile of rubble, his eyes bloodshot, as he said, "I'm going to kill you." He had never suffered such a setback before. He was easily suppressed in front of everyone, completely humiliating him. In this rage, he continued to charge at Eteonyon, bringing out his combat prowess to the limit. However, no matter how much he brought out his full strength, it was still too weak for Eteonyon. The difference in cultivation meant that Star-Lord Luoju would be crushed. You can go down first. After a while, the rest of you will come down to accompany you. Eteonyon stretched out his hand and pressed forward. The Star-Lord Dharma body on Star-Lord Luoju's pouncing body exploded, and he was smashed into the ground. After a while, everything returned to silence. Star-Lord Luoju did not get up again. He was completely dead. Such a powerful Star-Lord died. Just like that. This overturned everyone's understanding. In their opinion, Star-Lords were invincible and undying. Now, Star Venerate had been killed just like that. It was like killing an ant. Eteonyon's figure flashed, and the five-colored monarch dragon flew up into the sky. Then it exploded in all directions, and silver light scattered everywhere. Soon, all the enslaved cultivators in the entire city had their slave imprints unsealed, allowing them to regain their freedom. The slave brand in my body has been removed. It's true, the slave brand has been removed. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Bullshit. Isn't it normal to remove the slave imprint? If it wasn't for him, would the ancestral land of the Jade God come after us? You don't even know how to be grateful. From the very beginning, we were branded as slaves. He had the obligation to not help us remove the slave brand. Some people still hated Eteonyon, but they were quickly scolded by others. There were still people who had a heart that was moved, and they didn't just keep complaining. There was no freedom in the first place, so why should he care about the changes in the situation? Even if Eteonyon didn't save anyone, it wouldn't be a problem. The reason why the celestial terminus ancestral land implemented this slavery system is because of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Therefore, if we want to get rid of this slavery system, we must destroy the ancestral land of the Jade God. Please spread the truth, and at the same time, spread it for me. I, Star Venerate Heavenly Cloud, will personally go to the ancestral land of the Jade God in a few days. Eteonyon's voice spread everywhere, and each word penetrated deep into their hearts. Of course, Eteonyon knew that some people hated him because he had been able to find out the relevant information along the way. It was normal to have this kind of thinking. There were many selfish cultivators, and each of them had a strong mouth, but their strength was too weak. However, he didn't care about this. After everything was over, some people had to be eliminated, and no one would be left. He was also a vengeful person, and anyone who said something bad about him would be blacklisted. There was no need for him to investigate this, because someone would deal with it when the time came. After the news spread out, everyone was stunned. After they reacted, they burst out in disbelief. What? The ancestral land of the Jade God is the mastermind? This is unbelievable. If the ancestral land of the Jade God is the mastermind, then it's normal for Star Venerate Heavenly Cloud to provoke the ancestral land of the Jade God. For every debt, there is a debtor. He must have gone to the ancestral land of the Jade God to cause trouble. If that's the case, aren't we wrong about Star Venerate Heavenly Cloud? He isn't being arrogant and provoking the ancestral land of the Jade God, but he wants to completely liberate the celestial terminus ancestral land This is unbelievable. He wants to cause trouble for the ancestral land of the Jade God himself. Is this really possible? The ancestral land of the Jade God has many star venerates. One by one, the cultivators panicked. Some of them felt guilty and ashamed, while others were extremely terrified. If the ancestral land of the Jade God was behind this, then the result would be the same if they couldn't deal with the ancestral land of the Jade God. The ancestral land of the Jade God's power was too deep. Even though Etienne's performance was shocking, they still felt that they couldn't defeat him. No matter what, Etienne's words had reached them, and they believed Etienne's words. A star venerate wasn't likely to lie, so they believed him. After a little speculation, they realized that Etienne's words were trustworthy. Etienne didn't care about what they thought. He landed next to Han Long and the others and said indifferently, "You are too anxious. This is the ancestral land of the Jade God's territory. If you are careless, you will lose everything. My lord, this is our mistake. Please punish us." They knelt down one by one, feeling touched. If Etienne can come back, not to mention punishing them, even if he asked them to die, they would accept it. They knew that once Etienne came back, they would kill their way over and suppress the ancestral land of the Jade God. Even if it meant death, they would be willing. "I will definitely punish you. Now, I order you to come with me and destroy all the forces that the Jade God's ancestral land has stationed here." Etienne's eyes were filled with anger. After he came back and learned about everything, he was furious. Naturally, he wanted to eradicate the Jade God's ancestral land as soon as possible. Inverting black and white, what a joke! "Yes, my lord." They stood up excitedly and shouted, "We will follow my lord and kill our way to the ancestral land of the Jade God. We will not rest until one of us is dead." Etienne nodded with satisfaction. He turned to the front and said, "Then we will start from the next city and take back the celestial terminus ancestral land." Chapter 1976. Etienne's message quickly spread in all directions. The news that he could come out of the five-element mountain was enough to shock everyone. The reason why the celestial terminus ancestral land was controlled was because of the Jade God ancestral land. This matter undoubtedly caused an uproar in the celestial terminus ancestral land. Most people thought that Etienne was too arrogant and had provoked the Jade God ancestral land. If Etienne had not provoked the Jade God ancestral land, this situation would not have happened. Now, they were slapped in the face by the reality. Everything was caused by the Jade God ancestral land. This was an extremely disgusting and frightening matter. They did not expect that the mastermind behind this was the Jade God ancestral land, a terrifying existence. However, most people were full of guilt towards Etienne. They blamed the wrong person. In fact, Etienne was fighting for their freedom. However, the Jade God ancestral land's constant propaganda had tarnished Etienne's reputation. On one hand, they wanted Etienne to help them deal with the Jade God ancestral land. On the other hand, they thought that it was impossible. The power of the Jade God ancestral land was not only deeply rooted in people's hearts. More importantly, Etienne was not strong enough. The information they knew was still at a relatively early stage. No one knew that he had killed so many Star Lords inside, let alone those Saint Kings of the Green Demon clan. His current strength might not be the best, but at least he would not be so powerless against the Jade God ancestral land. However, no one knew about his situation. They all thought that even if Etienne came out, it would be meaningless. Would he really kill his way to the Jade God ancestral land? Even though Etienne said that he would go to the Jade God ancestral land in a few days, most people still thought that Etienne was hitting a stone with an egg. They thought that he was angry. His force had been destroyed, so he naturally wanted to vent his anger. However, venting depended on the target. The other party was the Jade God Ancestral Land. How could they take revenge? He was afraid that by the time he reached there, he would be killed very quickly. No matter what the result was, at least the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land's anger had been fully directed at the Jade God Ancestral Land, and it wasn't Eteonion who had overestimated himself and provoked the Jade God Ancestral Land. Some outside forces knew that the Jade God Ancestral Land was behind this, but they didn't dare to say anything. In the end, he still obediently stayed at the side and kept his mouth shut, not daring to voice any opinion. Those who had objections all died in the end. Ancestral Land of Jade God. Interesting. He actually escaped from the Five Elements Mountain. Although I don't know how he escaped, this is going to be interesting. Emerald Flame, Star Sovereign, still had an indifferent expression. Even when Goldwind Star Sovereign died, he did not show any signs of sadness. It was as if the deceased was just a passerby. If he dares to come, I will let him know the meaning of despair. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign revealed an evil smile, as if he had already foreseen Eteonion's expression of despair. In another divine palace, there was another Star Sovereign. When he knew that Eteonion was going to kill him personally, he sneered disdainfully. You think you are invincible after killing Goldwind. You overestimate yourself. Goldwind is really stupid. He can't even kill an ant. It's better for him to die early. This mysterious Star Sovereign closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He did not get angry because of this. Neither of them was as hot-tempered as Goldwind Star Sovereign. They were very calm. As long as someone did not come to kill them, they would not bother to do anything. Unless it was extremely chaotic, they wouldn't make a move. The two Star Sovereigns were not angry, but the people inside the Jade God Ancestral Land were furious. They wanted to cut Eteonion into 1,000 pieces. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Jade God Ancestral Land. However, they did not receive any order to take action this time. They were told to stay put and wait for Eteonion to come. Since someone wanted to challenge the dignity of the Jade God Ancestral Land, they would give him the chance to challenge them. At that time, they would use the strongest pressure to suppress Eteonion. It was the same as killing the chicken to warn the monkey. They would let them know the inviolable dignity of the Jade God Ancestral Land. This matter caused a great uproar in the entire region. Everyone talked about it during their leisure time. They all thought that Eteonion was overestimating himself and would definitely lose. However, no matter how he lost, they all wanted to see the real situation. The situation began to change. Finally, there was a slight change, and a troublemaker appeared. A long time ago, there were existences that challenged the Jade God Ancestral Land, including many Star Sovereigns. The ancestral land of the Jade God was still standing, and the challengers were long dead. Since the Jade God Ancestral Land did not intend to take action, it was very easy for Eteonion to deal with things. Soon, all of the Jade God Ancestral Land's forces in the Celestial Terminus Ancestral Land were destroyed. Not all of them, but at least most of them had been freed. It's about time. I'll leave the rest to you. Eteonion looked at Hanlong and the others. My lord, are you going to challenge the Jade God Ancestral Land? Hanlong and the others immediately sensed something strange. Yes, there are no more problems here for now. It's time to take care of business. Eteonion said indifferently. My lord, this... Hanlong and the others, including Deng Feng and the others, stepped forward. Some things were difficult to say. Are you all trying to persuade me? Eteonion said indifferently. Yes, your strength is amazing. If you cultivate for a while longer, the chance, no need to say more. I said in a few days, and I meant it, I won't give the Jade God ancestral land any extra time. It's time to end the Jade God ancestral land. If Yi Tianyun's words were heard by the outside world, they would be laughed at. It was as if he was saying that the Jade God ancestral land would be destroyed. He didn't want it to live for a few more days. In that case, we are willing to follow Milord. Yes, we will follow Milord to the Jade God ancestral land. Seeing that persuasion was useless, they had no choice but to follow Yi Tianyun to the Jade God ancestral land. There's no need. I've already said that I'll kill my way to the ancestral land of the Jade God alone. I'm not being arrogant. I just want to prove to the world that the Jade God ancestral land is not invincible and unbreakable. When Yi Tianyun said this, he was so confident. Those who knew him would respect him, while those who didn't would think that he was an idiot who overestimated himself. With that, Yi Tianyun flew towards the Jade God ancestral land alone, leaving the others looking at each other in dismay. Chapter 1977. The news of Yi Tianyun's action shocked many people again. Many people thought that Yi Tianyun was just saying it. They didn't expect him to really go to Jade God ancestral land. To be honest, even if he didn't go, they wouldn't feel ashamed. Retreating at the last moment was actually a very wise choice. After all, he was facing Jade God ancestral land, not a small faction. They wouldn't look down on him for being arrogant at first, and then being obedient later on. Many people were willing to be their grandsons. After learning that the other side was from the Jade God ancestral land, they obediently chose to be their grandsons. Therefore, there was nothing to look down on. It was the right choice. But Yi Tianyun still went to Jade God ancestral land without hesitation. Many people went to watch. They wanted to see how Yi Tianyun would die. Wasn't it a joke to challenge the ancestral land of the Jade God? At the same time, Fairy Fanyu was shocked when she received the news. What, he's really going to Jade God ancestral land? Fairy Fanyu panicked and said to her senior sister, "Senior sister, we're done for. We have to stop that fool. Junior sister, we won't get involved in this. Even if we don't get along with Jade God ancestral land, we still can't act recklessly. Even if you owe him a favor, we still can't act recklessly. After all, it'll be a war between the two sides. We're not ready yet." Fairy Fan, you didn't have any feelings for Yi Tianyun. Even if he saved her junior sister, he couldn't act recklessly. She did owe him a favor and treated him with all kinds of hospitality when he came here. But if Yi Tianyun wanted to die, there was nothing she could do. It wasn't that she was heartless, but she had to think of the bigger picture. Then I'll go and stop him myself. That should be enough, right? Fairy Fanyu stomped her feet and flew to Jade God ancestral land. She wanted to stop Yi Tianyun from doing something stupid. Even if he killed Metal Windstar Lord, he couldn't go to Jade God ancestral land. Junior sister. The fairy became anxious and quickly chased after her. You are a goddess. Your status is different now. If you appear, it will cause chaos. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to become a goddess. I would have died in there long ago. Fairy Fanyu said, "Senior sister, don't stop me. If I can't even do this, then I'm not qualified to be a goddess." With that, she left her senior sister behind and flew forward to look for Yi Tianyun alone. The fairy was so angry that she stomped her feet and turned around to fly back. Hurry up and inform the elders. This is going to be troublesome. On the other hand, the Danqing family was amused. They hadn't expected Yi Tianyun to personally go to the Jade God ancestral grounds. It's lucky that we didn't make friends with him. Otherwise, we would have been implicated by Qing Shui. Yeah, now he's dead for sure, and so is Qing Shui. However, we still need to prepare to offer that treasure to the ancestral land of the Jade God. Is this necessary? That's quite rare. What can we do? Who knows what the Jade God Ancestral Land will think? Once this is over, we'll offer it. Our family doesn't want to be finished yet. The Danqing family hurried to prepare. Although they had already announced that they had severed ties with Qing Shui, they didn't know what the Jade God Ancestral Land was thinking. If they didn't offer something, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. All the families that were unhappy with Yi Tianyun felt very refreshed after hearing Yi Tianyun's words. They could foresee Yi Tianyun's death, so they wanted to vent their dissatisfaction. But they couldn't do anything. They could only go to the Jade God Ancestral Land to watch this shocking battle. While the outside world was changing, Yi Tianyun was rushing to the Jade God Ancestral Land. After destroying the Jade God Ancestral Land, everything would come to a perfect end. At the very least, he could make his own force his own and no longer be controlled by others. Finally, after a period of flying, the territory of the ancestral land of the Jade God gradually appeared in front of him. The huge divine palaces formed a huge square formation. Everything seemed so coordinated and perfect. None of the divine palaces were built randomly, be it the height or the size. They were all designed. After a series of designs and arrangements, they formed a shocking array. This formation was one of the defensive features of the Jade God Ancestral Land. It could block many powerful attacks. At least for now, no one could break through this defense. Just this defensive formation alone was enough to stop the enemies outside. As expected of the Jade God Ancestral Land, just this formation alone is extraordinary. Yi Tianyun looked over and used the appraisal eye to analyze the situation. He immediately sent the corresponding information. He had to admit that this formation was very sturdy. Ordinary star venerables would have a hard time breaking it. When he was about to get close, a familiar figure stopped him. It was Fairy Fan Yu. "Don't be rash." Fairy Fan Yu stopped him and said in a hurry, "The Jade God Ancestral Land's foundation is very strong. If possible, you can work together with our force. With our force, we will have a higher chance of winning." "Oh, that's not a bad idea. But when will this plan be implemented?" Yi Tianyun looked at her indifferently. I'm not sure." Fairy Fan Yu was very embarrassed. She did not know the exact time. After all, this was just a preliminary idea. She did not know the actual time. "Looks like this is not something you can control." Yi Tianyun smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, but there is no need for this. I don't need to wait, nor do I need any force to work with me. I alone am enough. Plus, I can eliminate them in a while. There is no need to wait." Even though Fairy Fan Yu knew that Yi Tianyun was strong, she was still scared after hearing this. "Go back. If you stay here, you will be seen by the Jade God Ancestral Land. It will be hard for you to explain yourself when you go back." Yi Tianyun smiled. "I'm not going back." Fairy Fan Yu said in a deep voice, "I'm here not only to dissuade you, but also to stop you. If I can't stop you, I will go with you to eliminate the Jade God Ancestral Land. I am also very angry about this Jade God Ancestral Land. I have wanted to eliminate it for a long time." "It seems that you are very determined," Yi Tianyun said as he rubbed Yi Tianyun's head. "Little girl, you can stay here and watch me destroy this arrogant Jade God Ancestral Land," Yi Tianyun said as he rubbed Yi Tianyun's head. Chapter 1978. When Yi Tianyun arrived in front of the ancestral land of the Jade God, there were already many attendants and disciples waiting inside. They looked at Yi Tianyun mockingly, thinking that he had overestimated himself and really came to the ancestral land of the Jade God. They weren't the only ones. There were also elders, clan leaders, and star venerables of other factions watching from the side. When they saw Eteonyun appear, they were shocked by his courage. Although they felt that Eteonyun had overestimated himself, they still admired Eteonyun's courage for coming here. Of course, there were more mocking voices, thinking that Eteonyun was an idiot. What an idiot! He really came here. I wonder how long he can last under the suppression of the ancestral land of the Jade God. How long can he last? Just this square formation alone is enough to destroy him, not to mention flattening the ancestral land of the Jade God. I'm afraid he can't even break the gate. That's right. There was a star venerate who came to take revenge, who knew that he couldn't even enter the gate, and was killed by the defense. They couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. They were even more shocked when they talked about the past. The ancestral land of the Jade God was really powerful. Star venerates were just trash in front of it. While they were discussing, a warning voice came from inside the ancestral land of the Jade God to the approaching Eteonyun. I didn't expect you to still dare to come here. It seems that you are quite bold. The one who spoke was a Grandmaster Xing, not a star venerate. However, his expression was even more arrogant than a star venerate. He looked at Eteonyun with disdain. Even though his cultivation was not as high as Eteonyun's, he still looked high and mighty. He looked down on the experts of any faction from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, only the experts of the ancestral land of the Jade God were worthy of being called experts. Why don't you dare to come here? Do you think that you can stop me with this broken formation? Eteonyun looked down at them from the sky and swept his gaze across the surroundings. There wasn't a single star sovereign overseeing this place. Just the star masters like them were enough to guard this place. That was enough to show how confident the Jade God ancestral land was in its defense. Just by relying on this formation, everything could be guarded. Looks like you dare to oppose our ancestral land of Jade divinity because you don't know the details. You don't even know the situation of our ancestral land of Jade divinity, yet you still dare to come here. How foolish! The leader, Grandmaster Xing, was Deacon Lu Tian. His position here was rather high, and in the absence of other elders present, he was in charge. None of the elders present came out. The elders were all half-step star venerates. Although they had not broken through to star venerate, they were much stronger than these administrators. Of course, there were also elders who broke through to star venerate. They just did not announce it to the outside world. For example, star venerate Luoju, whom Eteonyun killed, was one of the elders who broke through. However, he had just broken through to star venerate and was too arrogant, so he was easily crushed. From this, it could be seen that the elders were completely confident in the effect of this formation. They did not even need to take action to kill Eteonyun. Why do I need to know the situation of a force that will disappear soon? Eteonyun looked at them and said calmly, "You will soon disappear from everyone's memory along with the flow of history." No force could be remembered forever. As time went by, people would quickly forget about it. Unless they were still alive, they would soon disappear from everyone's memory. How dare you? Deacon Lu Tian flew into a rage. He pointed at Eteonyun and said angrily, "Do you think you are a star venerable? It seems like our ancestral land of Jade divinity has not been mobilized for a long time, so someone dares to provoke us. This time, we will let the world know that our ancestral land of Jade divinity is invincible." Jade divinity square formation. Activate. Buzz. A light burst out. All of the divine palaces gave off a dazzling light. They turned into a giant light formation that soared into the sky and formed a giant phantom in the void. This phantom looked extremely majestic. More importantly, it had the energy of a star venerable, which meant this square formation had been strengthened by a star venerable. No wonder they were so confident. A square formation strengthened by a star venerable. Interesting. Looking at the phantom in the sky, Eteonyon said with a smile, "A phantom is just a phantom. If it were a real star venerable, I would be a bit afraid of it. Unfortunately, it's just a phantom. It's just a square formation strengthened by a star venerable. How powerful could it be after such a long time? You have been living on your laurels. That's all you can do. You won't be able to say anything later. This square formation strengthened by our jade divinity, star venerable, is not something you can slander." Deacon Lu Tian said angrily, "Great jade divinity, star venerable, kill this disrespectful guy." Right after Deacon Lu Tian spoke, the giant phantom brandished a steel of light and pressed down from the sky. The steel of light contained a strong star venerable energy and enveloped Eteonyon. The giant steel of light instantly sealed off all paths of retreat. At the same time, it attacked from all directions, trying to flatten Eteonyon. Oh, it even sealed off all directions. It surrounded the intruder and even flattened him. This power is really enough to suppress an ordinary star venerable easily. Eteonyon evaluated its might. It was like a strong attack from a middle stage star venerable. At the same time, it also contained a star venerable's might, which was very difficult to block. Soon, the 6 steels of light enveloped the area and sealed off all directions. No one outside could see Eteonyon's figure anymore. What a strong formation's power. Is this the power of a star venerable? Even though I'm so far away, my legs feel like jelly. If I were any closer, my body would probably explode from the pressure. That's for sure. That is the power of a star venerable. Look, my legs are shaking. If I were not stubbornly holding on, I would have knelt down. This time he is dead for sure. It ended just as it started. This is really boring. Even if it's boring, there's nothing we can do about it. This is the power of a star venerable. After all, when the group of cultivators saw this scene, they all sighed. They felt that coming here was worth it. When Han Long and the others rushed over and saw this scene, their hearts leaped into their throats. However, they could not even get close, not to mention help Eteonyon. Fairy Fanyu's mouth had not closed since Eteonyon left. She really wanted to stop Eteonyon or fight alongside Eteonyon. However, when she wanted to follow him, she discovered that she could not move. Her legs seemed to be fixed to the ground. Fairy Fanyu thought to herself, "Eteonyon can win. Don't come over." Chapter 1979. All paths of retreat had been sealed, causing everyone outside to be dumbfounded. Most of them had never seen such terrifying power before. Moreover, they had never seen a great formation strengthened by the Star Venerable's power. It was absolutely a first-class great formation. In their eyes, Eteonyon would definitely die. Who could resist such a great formation strengthened by the Star Venerable's blood? Seeing Eteonyon being swallowed up, people shook their heads. They thought it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous that Eteonyon had overestimated himself. He had chosen to fight against the ancestral land of the Jade God. If it had been other practitioners, they would have retreated a long time ago. They would have begged the ancestral land of the Jade God to forgive them even if they had to sacrifice everything they had. Is it going to end so soon? He didn't even struggle. Is Star Lord Tianyan a fake? He was bragged about before. I thought he could really contend against the ancestral land of the Jade God. Do you even believe the rumors? I told you he was a Star Venerable. You believe me? Exactly. We can see his real face now. The so-called Star Lord Tianyan is just a half-baked guy. When they saw Tianyun being swallowed up by the light wall without struggling, they realized there was nothing to see. Everything would be reduced to nothingness when the wall of light exploded. Boom. Then the light wall came over. In the end, a dreadful explosion was set off. The area within the range of the light wall was destroyed. A small amount of energy was emitted from it. The practitioners in the distance were forced to step back. Some of the more serious ones even spat up blood and got seriously injured. Those who were seriously injured were too bold. They wanted to get closer to observe. The result was obvious. They were blown away by the dreadful explosion and got seriously injured. That was the price they had to pay. Seeing this scene, Qing Xue's pretty face turned pale. She wondered if Tianyun was really going to be killed. Han Long and the others trembled. They were all shocked by this scene. They had never seen such a domineering power. Do you see that? That's the consequence of going against the Jade God ancestral land. The elders of the Qingdan clan paled upon seeing this. Their disciples nodded their heads repeatedly. No wonder the elders would offer their precious treasures. If this technique were to explode in their hands, then their clans would really be gone. At the same time, they were glad that the elders had made the right decision. The sooner they drove Qing Xue out, the better. That would be a form of protection for the family. A mere ant dares to act presumptuously in the Jade God ancestral land. Lu Tian sneered. He had seen many disrespectful people like this, and they were all easily killed without the slightest hesitation. Just when they thought that everything was over, a figure swayed inside and soon appeared in their line of sight. So, this is the move of your ancestral land of Jade. Divinity, it's really ordinary. Tianyun calmly walked into everyone's line of sight. Lu Tian's smile suddenly froze. He looked at Tianyun in disbelief, wondering if he was seeing things. How could he not be dead? Even a middle-stage Star Lord should have been killed. Lu Tian's eyes widened, full of shock. Not to mention him, even the others were staring at this scene with wide eyes. Every time this star venerate formation was activated, someone would die. No one could resist this technique. Once it was released, it would definitely defeat the invaders. Now, the effect was gone. It didn't defeat the invaders as expected, at least not for Tianyun. He was unscathed, proving to the world that the Jade God ancestral land was not as invincible as the rumors said. This was what Tianyun had done deliberately. He wanted to prove to the cultivators that he was not invincible, and he wanted them to know about him. When the ancestral land of the Jade God suffered a heavy defeat, he even spread his name. His Excellency is invincible. His Excellency is invincible. Han Long and the others cheered. When they saw that Tianyun was unscathed, they were very excited. They knew that Tianyun would not lose so quickly. Far away, Fairy Fan Yu's eyes turned red. As long as Tianyun was fine, it was fine. First Elder, this heavenly cloud star lord is too strong. Did we choose the wrong side? The disciples of the Qingdan family started to panic, wondering if they had gambled on the wrong treasure. The elders of the Qingdan family were all dumbfounded, but they did not panic. This brat is quite tough, but what's the point? This formation is just one of the most basic moves of the Jade God ancestral land. It's not a big deal to be able to resist it. Don't forget that the Lord of the Jade God ancestral land did not make a move. This is nothing. The elders of the Qingdan family shook their heads. All of you calm down. Don't think too much. The Jade God ancestral land is invincible and irresistible. Just know this. The elders of the Qingdan family looked at Tianyun with disdain. They still did not believe that Tianyun could trample the Jade God ancestral land by himself. It was a fantasy. Tianyun did not care what they thought. He walked forward step by step and soon arrived in front of the divine palaces. He looked down at them and said, "You have been hiding in your turtle shell all this time. Do you think I can't break it?" Immediately, Tianyun stomped heavily on the ground, and a violent five-color emperor dragon phantom appeared behind him, and a huge dragon claw appeared as it pressed down fiercely. Boom! The gigantic dragon claw pressed down and bombarded the thick protective shield, causing a huge wave to surge. Dong! The huge barrier fluctuated. The divine palaces buzzed and emitted all kinds of lights. This meant that they were releasing energy to resist Tianyun's attack. Under such a powerful attack, the barrier merely shook a little, but there was not the slightest crack. Sure enough, this barrier could not be destroyed so easily. If it could be destroyed so easily, it would not be the Jade God ancestral land anymore. If the first stomp didn't work, then the second one. Tianyun stomped on the barrier again. The explosive power exploded on the barrier again. Layer after layer of the barrier fluctuated, but there was still no sign of it breaking. Ha! You want to break our barrier with your strength? Even if you break your foot, you won't be able to break our defense. Idiot! Although Lu Tian was frightened, he was still full of confidence. The Jade God ancestral land was famous not because of this formation, but because of its comprehensive strength. Chapter 1980. You arrogant guy. You think you can break our defense just because you broke our attack? Ridiculous. Just wait and see how we'll deal with you. Hearing Tianyun's words getting more and more outrageous, Deacon Lu Tian started to get angry. If his cultivation had been higher, he would have rushed over to fight with Tianyun. Now they still had other moves, which were to keep accumulating power so that they could exert the star Venerable Great Array again. However, they hadn't finished accumulating power yet, so they couldn't attack Tianyun. Don't wait. I'll go in now and let you deal with it. Tianyun stomped on the shield again, and with a loud bang, the shield caved in. This time the force was much stronger than before. The terrifying force caused the barrier to cave in, scaring them all. Deacon Lu Tian took a closer look and found that the shield was not damaged. He started to laugh. "I said it's useless. No matter what move you use, it won't work." They started to laugh, thinking that Tianyun was doing something useless. Again, the five-color Emperor Dragon Phantom behind Tianyun became more solid. Star power appeared in the sky. Soon, he had condensed star power from 5 directions. He didn't break out the strongest power at once, but only a part of it. Under the heavy pressure and the horrible power, the shield caved in again. With a bang, the shield caved in again. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale, especially when they felt that the shield was almost on their heads. However, when they saw the shield rise slowly and didn't see any cracks, they smiled mockingly. "I thought it would be powerful, but it still can't be broken with this kind of power. Even if he attacked us 10 times, he wouldn't be able to break our shield." Deacon Lu Tian was still laughing. He felt a little relieved, thinking that Tianyun wouldn't be able to break it. The elders of the Qingden family shook their heads, their faces full of mockery. "See, this is the power of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Attacks won't be effective, but this shield is enough to block all attacks." The elders gave Jiangshan pointers from the side. "Let's charge up again and unleash that formation attack again. We'll definitely be able to kill this evil beast." All the disciples nodded. They completely believed in their elders' words. Especially after Tianyun's continuous attacks didn't have any effect, he felt that it was impossible to break the energy shield. But before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying force came crashing down again. Dong dong dong. Boom. With a loud bang, several divine palaces on the side were crushed, The terrifying power passed through the protective shield and directly pressed down on the towering divine palace, causing it to explode. This time, everyone was really shocked. Didn't they say that it couldn't be destroyed? How could it be destroyed now? This gave them a great fright, simply scared out of their wits, feeling that this was inconceivable. What's going on? Deacon Lution's heart almost stopped. In their hearts, they thought that the ancestral land of the Jade God could not be broken through, but now the divine palaces were destroyed. Although there were only a few, at least Yi Tianyun's power was really heaven-defying. Good, good. The shield hasn't been broken yet. Deacon Lu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if the divine palaces were damaged. There were so many divine palaces here. A little damage was not a big deal. But before he could think further, another violent stomp came down, and the astral power above Yi Tianyun increased again. Dong! The heavy force came crashing down again, and a large part of the divine palace was crushed again, and a few cracks began to appear on the shield. This meant that the seemingly indestructible shield finally began to crack. If this continued, the shield would definitely be shattered. Dong, dong, dong! The power came crashing down again, and before they could react, more cracks appeared on the shield, and it was about to be completely shattered. Quickly, open the formation! Deacon Lu Tian screamed, and his voice changed from a strong male voice to a female voice. He was so scared that his voice changed. By the time the other disciples hurried to open the formation to the maximum effect, it was already too late. Under the crazy pressure of Yi Tianyun, who only relied on the astral power of the 7 directions, the formation's shattering became more and more serious. In particular, more and more divine palaces were affected. These divine palaces originally served as the supporting points of the formation, but as the damage increased, the supporting points became fewer and fewer. As a result, the situation of the formation became very weak. Combined with Yi Tianyun's strongest power, it was naturally impossible to resist. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the shield completely collapsed, turning into countless fragments, and disappeared. At the same time, many divine palaces, along with the destruction of the shield, caused a large part of the divine palaces to collapse. The originally neat and tidy divine palace had now turned into a large piece of ruins. This scene fell into the eyes of the onlookers, and they were completely dumbfounded. Previously, they thought that it was impossible to be damaged and impossible to destroy, but now the godlike formation of the ancestral land of the Jade God was broken just like that. Over the years, basically no one could destroy it. No matter how many star venerates or how many experts came, they could not destroy it. But now it's destroyed by Yi Tianyun alone. It's really incredible. Destroy. Yi Tianyun once again stomped heavily on the ground, crushing Deacon Lu Tian and the others without any hesitation. He killed as he pleased, regardless of what faction they were from. Moreover, he said he would destroy the ancestral land of the Jade God. So he did it. As he stomped madly, the divine palaces were crushed one after another, sweeping away everything in his way. Such ruthlessness made the onlookers feel a chill in their hearts. The shield of the ancestral land of the Jade God is destroyed. They were all stunned. A shield that could not be destroyed was destroyed just like that. That was a godlike existence, which was equivalent to imprinting in their memories, and they thought that the shield of the ancestral land of the Jade God could not be destroyed. Now that it was destroyed, how could they not be dumbfounded? The elders of the Qingdan family were also so shocked that they could not close their mouths. They had just said that it could not be destroyed, and now they were slapped in the face. Elder, the shield is broken, so what if it's broken? There are still Lord Star venerates inside. They haven't appeared yet. This shield has been maintained for so long and has been attacked so many times. It's possible that it will be broken. The elders still gritted their teeth. No matter what, they did not think that Eteonyun could win. After all, this was just the beginning. How could he lose? Chapter 1981. After the shield was broken, Eteonyun started to destroy the divine palaces like a hot knife through butter. He would not let go of any cultivator from the ancestors' land of the Jade God. They were all scared by his ferocity. Not until then did they recall what Eteonyun had said, which was that he would destroy the ancestors' land of the Jade God. It seemed he would destroy the ancestors' land of the Jade God, for real. He was not joking. Is he really going to destroy the ancestors' land of the Jade God? The ancestors' land of the Jade God is not big, but it is not small. Right. There are so many disciples and strong cultivators. Can he really kill his way in? I'm afraid he will anger the Lord of the ancestors' land of the Jade God. He is arrogant now, but he won't be able to be arrogant later. When the shield is broken, other elders will come to fight him. How can he be arrogant then? They were all sneering. They found it ridiculous that Eteonyun was destroying everything in his way. He could be arrogant for a moment, but he would be doomed later. If he attracted the anger of the ancestors' land of the Jade God, not to mention one Eteonyun, even two Eteonyun would be doomed. Eteonyun did not care about what they thought, but he acted according to his plan. He would destroy everything in his way, and he would destroy everything in his way. He never talked nonsense. Therefore, as he pushed his way through, his ferocity shocked everyone. The disciples in the divine palace did not even have the time to react before they were flattened. No matter how strong they were, no matter whether they were men or women, he would destroy everything in his way. Those who could run away would run away. Those who could not run away would be buried here. Once Eteonyun became ruthless, he would be dreadful. No one could stop him. He was extremely angry because of what the ancestors' land of the Jade God had done to him. He would not be able to calm his anger without a bloodbath. How dare you intrude into our ancestors' land? Several angry shouts came from inside. Then two Star Lords flew up from behind. They released the star power of the six directions, and many formations lit up under their feet. A star venerable's power surged up from the soles of their feet and entered their bodies, increasing their power once again. With the help of the array, the stellar energy surged in all directions. Their cultivations were not low in the first place. Middle stage star venerates. With the astral energy from the surroundings, they could even exchange moves with late stage star venerates. This was especially so when they wielded celestial domain grade weapons. Together with their own strength, they could clash head-on with ordinary late-stage star venerates. This was the power of the Jade God's ancestral land, the great formation under their feet, which had been strengthened by the star venerable, could not only protect them, but also strengthen them. It seemed quite perfect. Under the lead of these two star venerate elders, there were hundreds of grandmasters Xing behind them. They gathered and formed a large formation. Then they turned into a giant and surrounded Shaochen. The auras they released were at least as strong as a star venerate. Two star sovereigns. Heavens, aren't there too many star sovereigns in the Jade God ancestral land? Didn't you say there would only be 3 star venerates? Right now, they are not Lord Azure Fire Star Venerate, but some elders, right? That's right. The ancestral land of the Jade God has hidden itself too well. They say there are only 3 star venerates, but now there are more than 5. The power of the ancestral land of the Jade God is really terrifying. This is the power of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Do you see it? The eyes of the elders of the Qingdan family flickered. They were excited, as if they were the people of the ancestral land of the Jade God. In fact, they just thought they were right. If they could rely on the ancestral land of the Jade God, they could do whatever they wanted. Many disciples nodded. Seeing these star sovereigns, they had to respect the ancestral land of the Jade God even more. This power was really unparalleled in the world. Facing this group of forces charging at him, Eteonyon didn't think too much. The five-colored emperor dragon image behind him surged again. Immediately, the star power from all directions was drawn from the sky. The vast star power dimmed the surrounding star dharma forms. This scene made the cultivators, who thought the ancestral land of the Jade God was invincible, pale. They had never felt the star power from all directions before. A bunch of trash. Let your leader come out. What's the point of hiding in there? Eteonyon roared and stepped forward. The huge five-colored emperor dragon image pressed forward. The compressed power exploded in the air. The two star sovereigns and Grandmaster Xing's array were all blasted into nothingness. After the explosion, not only was a large area flattened, but the two star sovereigns were also blasted into nothingness. As for Grandmaster Xing, he was even more dead. All this happened in the blink of an eye. A large number of experts died, like tofu, crushed with one step. The expressions of the group of cultivators froze. They thought that Eteonyon would definitely be besieged and killed. Now, it seemed that they were too naive. They had underestimated Eteonyon's strength. They all thought that the power Eteonyon used to destroy the barrier was already the strongest. Now, it seemed that was not the case. It was destroyed just like that. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The elders of the Qingdan family opened their mouths wide. There were so many experts, but they could not withstand one move. Elders, this heavenly cloud star lord is so strong. Many disciples exclaimed. They were all frightened by Eteonyon's strength. They once again had the illusion that Eteonyon could really overthrow the ancestral land of the Jade God. In this case, they had bet on the wrong treasure. They had publicly broken off relations with Eteonyon and Qing Shui. Wasn't this equivalent to courting death? No, it can't be. This is just the beginning. Green Flame Star Lord, and the others have not come out yet. The elders still refused to admit that they had failed until the very end. In their hearts, they were already full of fear for Eteonyon. That was a star sovereign, but he had been killed in one move. If they had not sensed their auras, they would have suspected that they were star apostles. How could they not be star apostles after being killed so weakly? Hanlong side-cheered. He was shocked by Eteonyon's strength. Eteonyon, on the other hand, felt that it was very normal. In the five-element mountain, he had killed many experts, especially when he was fighting against the Green Demon Clan. They did not know about Eteonyon's achievements. He had easily defeated so many late-stage star sovereigns, not to mention these people who were merely middle-stage star sovereigns. You are indeed worthy of being an opponent who could kill Metal Wind Star Lord. You are indeed qualified to make us attack. A figure appeared in the void, and the surrounding space distorted. Then, with a blazing sound, the surrounding divine palaces burned like a huge pillar of fire. Chapter 1982. The disciples of the Jade God ancestral land cheered when they saw the Emerald Flame Star Lord. They had been waiting for him for a long time. The appearance of the verdant Flame Star Lord was like a reassuring pill that calmed their panicked hearts. The Emerald Fire Star Sovereign was too strong. They didn't know how strong he was. In any case, he was an existence stronger than the Goldwind Star Sovereign. Goldwind Star Monarch was already very strong, but Emerald Flame Star Monarch was even stronger. The most important thing was that the verdant flame star monarch controlled the flames of heaven and earth. He had the power to burn everything. As soon as he came out, the divine palaces around him were ignited and rapidly melted. Following that, the power of the melting bolstered his body. Rolling heat waves continuously spread in all directions. One could not see any flames with the naked eye, but one could feel the terrifying heat. If one's cultivation was slightly lower, they would probably be melted if they got a little closer. This was the strength of the azure fire star Venerate. He controlled the flames of the world and was a late-stage star Venerate. In addition, he knew alchemy, so it was not surprising that his overall strength was even stronger. After the emerald flame, Star Sovereign appeared. He sized up Eteon. When he first received news that Eteon had defeated Goldwind Star Lord, he did not believe it. After all, the Metal Wind Star Venerate was rather strong, not someone an ordinary Star Venerate could defeat. From his point of view, there might have been some sort of help behind the scenes, or perhaps Eteon had used some sort of crafty plot to trick Goldwind Star Lord. Goldwind Star Monarch was very powerful, but it had to be said that he was rather straightforward and could be easily schemed against. Thus, even though Goldwind Star Monarch had died, he felt that it was a pity, but he was not too surprised. It was normal to be schemed to death one day. A simple-minded person with well-developed limbs would not be able to walk to the end. Emerald Flame, Star Lord, Eteon looked at the verdant flame Star Lord who had appeared. He controlled the flames of heaven and earth, and it was a very strong, formless flame. It seemed formless, but it actually had form. Its true form was the fluctuations of the flames in the air. Those were flames buried in the void. If one got close, they would be burned to ashes. There's another Star Sovereign. Didn't your ancestral land of Jade God have 3 Star Sovereigns? I killed Star Sovereign Goldwind. If you want to come out, then come out together. What's the point of coming out alone? Eteon chuckled, not taking Emerald Flame Star Sovereign seriously at all. It seemed like he wanted to fight 1 against 2. How dare you? Just the verdant flame Star Lord alone is enough to deal with you. There is no need for the Jade Heaven Star Lord to act. The nearby disciples roared, thinking that Eteon was being disrespectful to the ancestral land of the Jade God. I'm talking to Emerald Flame Star Lord. Why are you interrupting? Eteon flicked his hand, and the disciple who was shouting beside him was killed with a flick. The verdant flame Star Sovereign did not move at all, allowing Eteon to kill that disciple as if it had nothing to do with him. In truth, they couldn't be bothered to care about those disciples. They were high and mighty, and these disciples didn't matter to them at all. If they died, so be it. The fact that he didn't come out for a long time proved this point. The barrier outside was about to break, and he couldn't be bothered to come out. He only came out after so many Star Lords were killed. After all, if he didn't come out soon, the ancestral land of the Jade God would be flattened. I alone am enough to deal with you. There is no need for the Jade Heaven Star Lord to act. The verdant flame Star Sovereign said indifferently. He waved his hand, and the surrounding formless flames immediately gathered around Eteon. Eteon can't see it with the naked eye, but he clearly feels that he is surrounded by a wall of fire, like a wall of fire surrounding him. However, he couldn't see the walls of fire clearly. Let's end this. The verdant flame Star Sovereign formed a seal with both hands, and a startling fiery light shot out of his eyes. Azure Lotus Purgatory. There. The surrounding area was instantly incinerated. The originally invisible flames suddenly became visible, turning into a green flame that soared into the sky. Behind him, an azure lotus appeared. This was the Azure Lotus. The green lotus star Dharma power was indeed special. It was fifth-grade star Dharma power. Although it had not reached the sixth grade, its effects were definitely top-notch. It was at least a peak grade 5-star aspect. Furthermore, it could be used to refine pills. It was more useful than most star aspects. In an instant, Tianyun was engulfed by the flames and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. He had used an extremely powerful killing move. It seemed that the verdant flame star sovereign was treating him as a real opponent. He wouldn't normally use such a killing move. Using it against Tianyun meant that the verdant flame star sovereign was serious, especially when he saw the 11 units of star power surging above him. They knew that he was going all out. Such a killer move made everyone feel incomparably shocked. They had never seen the verdant flame star sovereign make a move before. Those who did were basically all dead. Now that they could see the verdant flame star sovereign make a move, they felt that it was the right decision not to go against the ancestral land of the Jade God. Just when they thought that even if Tianyun didn't die, he would be burnt to a crisp, a figure rushed out of the flames and charged towards the verdant flame star sovereign. He reached out and grabbed the verdant flame star sovereign's neck. "You're telling me it's over with this little power?" Tianyun looked at him indifferently. He held the verdant flame star sovereign tightly in his hand, as if he was holding a chicken in the air. Everyone was dumbstruck by this scene. Such a powerful killer move had no effect at all. The verdant flame star sovereign was shocked. He had taken the fight seriously and used all his power. Yet he couldn't hurt Tianyun at all. Before he could think further, Tianyun increased his strength slightly. The verdant flame star sovereign's neck was crushed. At the same time, a powerful force surged through his limbs. In an instant, his body and head swelled up. Roar! The verdant flame star sovereign's head suddenly turned into a flame and fled to the side. His body exploded and turned into a terrifying flame that engulfed Tianyun. After the verdant flame star monarch escaped, he released a cyan-colored flame and once again condensed into his body. However, several of the lotus flowers on the green lotus image behind him had withered. It seemed that this shadow had the effect of rebirth. The effect of rebirth was actually present in many star avatars. They all had different effects. However, the final result was that the body could be reconstructed. It was like having an extra life. Such power. The verdant flame star sovereign's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Tianyun to not only have astonishing speed, but also to be able to withstand his flames. Soon, the flames from his self-explosion dissipated. Tianyun reappeared in their line of sight. His body was unharmed. If one looked closely, they would find that his body was flickering with golden light. He could easily withstand any attack. Chapter 1983. Tianyun's body emitted golden light like a golden god. This was undoubtedly one of Gold Wind Star-Lord's abilities. He could turn into a powerful golden god that could block all attacks, including the terrifying explosion of flames. They were all dumbfounded. How could Tianyun have Gold Wind Star-Lord star aspect? However, they didn't think that Tianyun had Gold Wind Star-Lord star aspect only because he had this ability. In any case, Tianyun's unscathed situation made them all dumbfounded. If he could withstand such a sudden attack, what else could he not withstand? Emerald Flame Star-Lord lost? Everyone had the same thought. Emerald Flame Star-Lord didn't die, but he was at a complete disadvantage. His body was even damaged. He didn't die, but everyone could see that he was being suppressed by Tianyun. A great expert of ancestral land of Jade God was suppressed by Tianyun. How could this not be considered a defeat? It was just a matter of time. The Qingdan family was now wondering if they had bet on the wrong treasure. Once things ended and Tianyun won, it would mean that the Qingdan family would be targeted by Eteonyun. They didn't think that they wouldn't be targeted. They had declared their loyalty to ancestral land of Jade God. So how could Eteonyun not know about it? Knowing this, would Eteonyun let the Qingdan family go? No. Emerald Flame Star Lord won't lose. Emerald Flame Star Lord still has many abilities that he hasn't used. Jade Heaven Star Lord hasn't come out yet. He definitely won't lose. The Qingdan family's elders gritted their teeth and refused to admit their defeat. They wouldn't think that ancestral land of Jade God would lose until the very end. Moreover, ancestral land of Jade God still had many techniques that they hadn't used. Jade Heaven Star Lord hadn't come out yet, so how could they lose? While they thought that ancestral land of Jade God wouldn't lose, Emerald Flame Star Lord was filled with shock and disbelief. He didn't believe that his attack had no effect at all. Instead, his body had exploded, nearly leaving him half dead. If he didn't react in time, Eteonyun would have really hurt his soul. Even if he had the ability to resurrect, his soul would be damaged and his combat effectiveness would be very low. How did he appear? How could he be so strong? Even my self-detonation was useless? Green Fire Star Sovereign was completely shocked by Eteonyun's power. This was especially so for his final self-detonation. He didn't dare say that it was very strong, but it was at least one of his strongest attacks. This could be considered an ultimate technique that belonged to him. By abandoning his previous body and self-destructing, he would definitely be able to heavily injure his opponent. No matter what, the might of this attack was equal to the strongest strike of a late-stage Star Venerate. Even at such a close distance, Xiao Chun remained unharmed. This simply frightened him. Oh, you're quite lucky to have such a novel ability. If he doesn't burst out with some power, this will be the end. Eteonyun's expression remained calm. If he could not even suppress this, then he would have made all those breakthroughs for nothing. Not only did Xiao Chen's cultivation make a breakthrough, but his dermic body of stars had also improved. With these two improvements, if even Emerald Flame Star Lord could not suppress him, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Furthermore, Xiao Chun could use the power of other people's dermic bodies. When Emerald Flame Star Lord self-detonated, he immediately used the Metal Wind Star Lord's golden body to increase his defense. He was almost injured by the explosion, being attacked at such a close distance. Even if his defense was not bad, he would have been injured by the explosion no matter what. Fortunately, he had the Metal Wind Star Lord's golden body, which greatly increased his defense. In the next moment, Eteonyun did not say anything more. His figure flashed, and the might of the Metal Wind Star Lord's dermic body infused into his body. Then, he quickly turned into a beam of golden light that shot forward. Together with the power of the five-colored Emperor Dragon, the two stacked together caused the sky to change color. The power of the five-colored Emperor Dragon was already strong enough. Together with the Metal Wind Star Lord's dermic body, its power was even more terrifying. The surrounding cultivators could vaguely see two dermic bodies appear behind Eteonyun. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? It looks like there are two dermic bodies. You must be seeing things. Everyone can only have one Star Dharma Laksana. How can there be two Star Dharma Laksana? That's right. It looks like he has two dermic bodies. He must have used some special secret technique to have such an effect. They were extremely shocked by this, but they refused to believe that one person could have two types of Star Dharma powers. That was absolutely impossible. This was already a fixed rule that could not be broken. The main thing was that when Eteonyun used it, he did not fully release it. If he had fully released it, there would have been a heavenly vision. He did not want to reveal this ability for the time being. Hiding it was naturally the best choice. Green Lotus burns the world. The green lotus behind verdant fire star, Lord, bloomed instantly. It was originally in the form of a stamen, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge green lotus. Green flames surged out from within and finally fused with him. Roar! Surging flames emerged from verdant fire star Lord's body. The blazing flames formed a green armor on the surface of his body. His hair and eyes all shone with a green light. His combat power increased explosively. This was verdant fire star Lord's full power. Together with the dermic body, his power increased greatly. This was not the end. Verdant fire star Lord took out a bottle of elixirs and poured them into his mouth. Don't forget that he was an alchemist of his generation and had many elixirs. After taking it, the flames that emerged from his body rose even higher. His battle prowess rose once again. The raging flames were like a runaway horse spreading out in all directions. The surrounding divine palaces and the ground were all melted by this astonishing heat. Verdant Firestar Lord has exploded. That is the Green Lotus armor. Once the Green Lotus armor appears, he will definitely return victorious. I remember now, when the ancestral land of the Jade God fought everywhere, the Green Lotus armor appeared, and everywhere it went was barren. I didn't expect to see the power of the Green Lotus armor today. Who can compete with the Green Lotus armor? Verdant Firestar Lord still has such a move. We almost forgot. Verdant Firestar Lord will definitely win. No one could stop Verdant Firestar Lord back then, and this time is no exception. This time, Verdant Firestar Lord is really serious. That guy will definitely die. The disciples of the ancestral land of the Jade God, as well as the cultivators outside, could not help but exclaim. Especially when they saw the Green Lotus armor, the feeling was even more different. Chapter 1984. As soon as the Azure Lotus armor appeared, Hanlong and the others' expressions changed. They could all feel the dreadful power in it. The power had been compressed to the extreme. It was like a sleeping lion that had just woken up and started to conquer the world. I haven't used my full power in a long time. After so many years, you are the first opponent who can make me use my full power. After the Azure Flame Star Lord had used his full power, he looked at Yi Tianyun in a different way. His eyes were filled with disdain. He looked down on everything. It seemed like nothing could enter his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he used his full power, no one could resist his power. Especially with the support of the 11 star forces in the sky, his power surpassed the 10 star forces that Yi Tianyun had used. If this is all you've got, then you're really too weak. Don't be so long-winded. Just take the Star Venerable's blood. It's not enough to rely on such power. Yi Tianyun shook his head and signaled the Azure Flame Star Lord to use the Star Venerate's blood. If he did not use the Star Venerate's blood, the explosion in front of him would be meaningless. It seems that you know nothing about my power. The Azure Flame Star Lord raised his hand in the air and said calmly, "When I use my full power, even I am afraid. Disappear, Ant." The Azure Flame Star Lord pointed at the air gently. The air was burning. The area where Yi Tianyun was distorted. It was instantly burned into a black hole. The air was shattered. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the void was burned away. Yi Tianyun's body flashed. He quickly went up to the Azure Flame Star Lord. Facing Yi Tianyun, who was coming at him, the Azure Flame Star Lord was not surprised. If it were so easy to kill Yi Tianyun, he would have killed Yi Tianyun long ago. Close combat will make your death more painful. The Azure Flame Star Lord showed a cruel smile. As expected, Yi Tianyun's body, which was close to him, was burned quickly. The horrible flames were like countless worms drilling into Yi Tianyun's body. At the same time, the surface of his body began to turn pitch black, preparing to burn his flesh and bones to ashes. Who knew that Etianyan would not care about this situation? Like a flash of lightning, he reached out to grab Verdant Flame Star-Lord's head. Xiao Chen's move did not change. He still wanted to kill the Verdant Flame Star Sovereign in one strike, crushing his head. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign naturally wouldn't let Etianyan succeed. He quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed Etianyan's arm. He sneered and said, "You still want to use this move? Impossible. I never thought that I would succeed in one move." Etianyan suddenly swung his body and kicked Emerald Flame Star Monarch's body. Boom! Emerald Flame Star Monarch was forced back a few steps, but he was not seriously injured. On the other hand, the flames flowed along Etianyan's leg and quickly surged into his body. The leg that he had kicked out was burnt black. "Ha! I told you, close combat will only make your death more painful." Emerald Flame Star Sovereign's body was unscathed. The heavy kick did not affect him at all. The Azure Lotus battle armor on his body could already block most of the damage, and at the same time, it could also reflect the damage. It's just a turtle shell. Etianyan did not stop. He continued to violently beat Emerald Flame Star Sovereign. His fists continuously bombarded Emerald Flame Star Sovereign's body. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign stretched out his hand to block, but found that he had no strength to fight back. He was constantly being suppressed by Etianyan's fists. His violent fists were infused with the sharp power of metal. It's useless. It will only make you die faster. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign was constantly forced to retreat. Although he could not fight back, he watched as Etianyan's fists became darker and darker. More and more flames poured into his body. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign felt incomparably carefree. What he was most proud of was the Azure Lotus battle armor on his body. Not only could it block the enemy's attacks, it could also reflect damage. The more he attacked, the more flames seeped in. Finally, when the accumulation reached a certain limit, he would be burnt to a crisp. Dong, dong, dong. Etianyan's fists became sharper and sharper. He did not care whether his fists were burnt or not. He continued to beat Emerald Flame Star Sovereign until he had no strength to fight back. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign is beaten so badly that he can't fight back. Even if he explodes, it will be meaningless. They were all stunned. They thought that Emerald Flame Star Sovereign could fight back. Now, it seemed that he could not fight back. He was still beaten. Idiot! Emerald Flame Star Sovereign's Azure Lotus battle armor is invincible. It can continuously reflect damage. Just the damage reflection alone can burn that guy to death. That's right. You don't understand the horror of the Azure Lotus battle armor. It contains flames. Whoever attacks him will die. Didn't you see that Heaven Cloud Star Sovereign's hands are gradually scorched? His body is probably accumulating flames. When the time comes, he will die without a doubt. Those who knew more about the Azure Lotus battle armor began to refute those who thought that Emerald Flame Star Sovereign would lose. Perhaps to them, the idea that Jade God Ancestral Land would win was already deeply ingrained. You want to burn me with this flame? You are too naive. Etianyan snorted coldly. He shook his arms slightly, and the black ash covering them was shaken off. His white arms were exposed. There was no sign of being burnt at all. How can... Emerald Flame Star Sovereign was shocked. He did not expect that such a powerful flame would have no effect on Etianyan. In fact, it was not that it was ineffective. Etianyan used the Green Devil Holy King and the other Star Dharma idol to heal himself. Under the violent healing effect, the damage to him was negligible. To put it bluntly, the opponent's damage was not as fast as his own recovery speed. How could he be injured? Break for me, you turtle shell! Tianyan aimed at the center and punched heavily again. With a dong sound, Emerald Flame Star Sovereign fell heavily on the ground. With a loud sound, the Azure Lotus battle armor on his body completely disintegrated and turned into powder. At the same time, his body was smashed by the punch. It was too horrible to look at. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign collapsed on the ground. He could only move his hands. He did not despair. Instead, he took a drop of Star Venerable's blood from his storage ring and prepared to take it. He had not wanted to take the Star Venerable's blood at first, but under such circumstances, he had no choice. Otherwise, he would die. I can only take the Star Venerable's blood. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign took out the Star Venerable's blood. When he was about to put it in his mouth, it was suddenly snatched away. Oh, you still want to take the Star Venerable's blood? I gave you time to use it, but you did not use it. Now you want to take the Star Venerable's blood. Do you think I am an idiot? Tianyan snatched the Star Venerable's blood and showed a cold smile. Chapter 1985. The green flame Star Venerate's blood was taken away. He was dumbfounded. He had not expected Tianyan to come and take away his Star Venerate's blood. Without the Star Venerate's blood, how could he break out? How could he resist Tianyan? My Star Venerate's blood. The green flame Star Venerate took out another drop of Star Venerate's blood quickly and put it in his mouth. But he was not as fast as Tianyan. The drop of Star Venerate's blood was snatched away by Tianyan again. It seems you still have a lot of Star Venerate's blood. You almost swallowed it all. Tianyan stepped on his head and said calmly, "Give me your Star Venerate's blood." Then he snatched the green flame Star Venerate's storage ring, or more precisely, the star ring. The star ring was almost the same as the storage rings in the lower realm. It had a bigger capacity and could be bound to its master. It could not be opened by brute force. Even if it was opened by brute force, it would still require a lot of strength. Tianyan was not worried that he could not open it. As long as he had the star ring, he would not worry. Even if he could not open it, at least he would not give the green flame Star Venerate's blood a chance to take it. My Star Venerate's blood. The green flame Star Venerate was anxious. The Azure Lotus behind him withered a few more times. When he was about to burst out and snatch the star ring, Tianyan stepped on the green flame Star Venerate's head and crushed it. If he still let the green flame Star Venerate go, he would be a fool if he still let him go. When his head was crushed, his soul rose quickly, trying to gather a new body and revive. The Azure Lotus behind the green flame Star Venerate could be revived 1 or 2 more times. It was impossible for him to be killed by Tianyan so quickly. You still want to be revived. Tianyan snorted coldly. He extended his hand and grabbed the escaping soul. Then he pressed it down with a raging power. Bang! The soul was shaken hard and became transparent. Not to mention resurrection, it seemed like his soul was about to dissipate. Ah, you will die a horrible death. Emerald Flame, Star Monarch screamed. After his soul was crushed, forget about resurrection. He couldn't even move. After such a heavy injury, his soul was about to fall into a deep slumber. Don't worry, you'll die before me. Tianyan stretched out his hand and squeezed, crushing Verdant Flame's Star Sovereign's soul. A bona fide strong, Star Venerate was killed by Tianyan just like that. Furthermore, it was so easy. From the beginning to the end, he had been suppressing her without any sense of pressure at all. Ding! Successfully killed Verdant Flame Star Sovereign. Obtained 30 million star energy points. Obtained Star Sovereign blood. Green Lotus Stellar aspect. Level 5. The Verdant Flame Star Sovereign was easily killed. The forces that were certain that Eteonion would die were now speechless and dumbstruck. They had never expected that the verdant flame star sovereign would be suppressed so badly that he couldn't even fight back. It should be known that the verdant flame star sovereign had used his full power. He had even summoned the invincible green lotus armor. But in the end, he had failed. He was dead. This was undoubtedly a heavy slap to their faces. It showed them who was truly invincible. Green lotus armor? In front of Eteonion, it was just a piece of scrap metal. He could destroy it all the same. Now it's your turn. Eteonion continued to transform into the five-colored emperor dragon. He pressed forward, crushing the divine palaces layer by layer. He had flattened them. After killing the verdant flame star sovereign, he would continue to do so. As Eteonion pressed forward, the elders of the green pill family trembled. Fear filled their eyes, and their legs trembled. Even the strong verdant flame star sovereign had been killed. So, it would be their turn next. Elders, this time, the disciples' eyes were full of fear. They looked up at the ancestral land of the Jade God. It could be their future. Since Eteonion was so cruel, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to escape, either. There is still Jade Heaven Star Sovereign. He is the strongest. As long as he comes out, the ancestral land of the Jade God will have a chance to win. Jade Heaven Star Sovereign is the son of a star venerable. The elders still didn't think they had lost. They thought the ancestral land of the Jade God could win. The remaining star sovereign, Jade Heaven Star Sovereign, was indeed the son of a star venerable. He had the bloodline of a star venerable, which was undoubtedly a terrifying talent. Usually, the descendants of experts wouldn't be too weak. They would inherit their talent and possess even greater power. Jade Heaven Star Sovereign was one of them. He not only had a level 6 star dharma, but he also had a nature-defying bloodline. However, Jade Heaven Star Sovereign hadn't shown up yet. Eteonion had flattened most of the ancestral land of the Jade God, but he still hadn't shown up. If it went on like this, the ancestral land of the Jade God would be destroyed. Looks like he is really patient. Is he still not going to show up? As Eteonion was moving forward, he sensed there was a dreadful power deep in the ground ahead of him. It was surging toward him, but it didn't want to show up. He guessed it was probably in seclusion, especially at the crucial moment of a breakthrough. He might be trying to break through to the star venerable realm. Only Jade Heaven Star Sovereign, the son of a star venerable, could break through to the star venerable realm. If he rushed out carelessly, he might fail. So he had been holding back. Even when verdant Flame Star Sovereign was killed, he didn't come out of seclusion. Usually, there was only one possibility. That was verdant Flame Star Sovereign, and the others weren't important, and his breakthrough was much more important. Eteonion had seen a lot of such selfish people, especially in the ancestral land of the Jade God. All in all, they wouldn't help even when their own people were dying. Eteonion smiled coldly. Then he continued to push forward. The disciples of the ancestral land of the Jade God kept shouting Jade Heaven Star Sovereign's name. However, Jade Heaven Star Sovereign didn't come out. He was still in seclusion to break through. When Eteonion pushed all the way up, there was still a part left. Suddenly, the stars in the sky began to move, and the star Dharma idol around him began to rotate, quickly turning into a sea of stars and shrouding the area as if it was announcing the birth of a strong expert. He broke through. Eteonion looked at the ground in front of him in surprise. It was possible that Jade Heaven Star Sovereign had really broken through. If he continued to break through, he would become Jade Heaven Star Venerable. At that time, he wouldn't be facing a star venerable, but a star venerable. Boom! A beam of starlight rushed out of the ground. It was accompanied by an angry shout, "I am a star venerable. Everyone will submit to me." The starlight was shining. Pleasant music came from all directions. It was transmitted from the sea of stars. Everyone in the ancestral land of the Jade God was overjoyed. They all knelt down to worship him. "Sir, congratulations on breaking through to the Star Venerable realm. You are invincible." Chapter 1986. Star Venerables represented invincibility in the world. So far, no force had Star Venerables. Even if they had in the past, not now. So, as long as a force had Star Venerables, it would be invincible. Even the ancestral land of the Jade God would have to bow down to them. Even if they had Star Venerables, it was just a foundation, not a Star Venerables themselves. They were not on the same level. So, as long as other forces had Star Venerables first, the ancestral land of the Jade God would be doomed. Of course, it was very difficult to break through to the Star Venerables level. It was impossible for other forces to have Star Venerables. The ancestral land of the Jade God would be the first to have Star Venerables. So many resources were in the ancestral land of the Jade God. If they had Star Venerables earlier than the ancestral land of the Jade God, it would be humiliating. Of course, it was unlikely to happen in normal circumstances. After all, cultivating a strong person was proportional to the resources. It was not easy to cultivate a strong person. How could a super strong person be cultivated without a great amount of resources? It was like Tianyun. He might have been able to break through even without top-notch elixirs, but his breakthrough was also based on the experience gained from killing strong people. If he had killed some low-level practitioners, he would not have been able to break through. Now, it was almost the same. In this area, only the ancestral land of the Jade God had the resources to cultivate Star Venerables. Star Venerables. Tianyun's eyes lit up. He looked at Star Venerable Jade Heaven, or more precisely, Star Venerable Jade Heaven. The surrounding sea of stars revolved around Star Venerate Jade Heaven and played a beautiful melody. It was like a celestial music welcoming Star Venerable Jade Heaven's breakthrough. The elders of the Qingdan family slapped their thighs excitedly. "Look, it's a Star Venerable. It has been many years since a Star Venerable appeared. I told you Star Venerable Jade Heaven would definitely break through to Star Venerable. He is the son of a Star Venerable. Now, that lad is doomed. He won't be able to fight back against the power of a Star Venerable." They felt lucky for their choice. They had regretted it before, but now the situation had changed. They were not regretful at all. Instead, they were excited, looking at their excited expressions. Some forces revealed looks of disdain. The people from the Qingdan family were so excited. They thought that they really had something to do with the ancestral land of the Jade God. But in reality, they were just lackeys. Even if they could eat meat and drink soup in the ancestral land of the Jade God, the Qingdan family might not even be able to lick the soup. However, they were so agitated because they were afraid that Tianyun would take revenge on them. The rest of the forces thought the same. Some of them had offended the Celestial Pole ancestral land, or Tianyun, so they definitely hoped that Tianyun would die. Even though the ancestral land of the Jade God had nothing to do with them, they were still very excited. "It's over. It's a Star Venerable." Han Long and the others turned pale. They had been happy and excited about Tianyun's great power, but now they felt cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. When they saw that it was the Jade Heaven Star Lord who had broken through to the Star Venerable realm, they felt despair welling up from the bottom of their hearts. If the Jade God's ancestral land was difficult to contend with and was deeply rooted in people's hearts, then the Star Venerables were just common sense. It was difficult to defeat an opponent of a higher level. They would only be crushed. Fairy Fanyu was shocked. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she found she couldn't utter a word because of the power. It was a star venerable. Several people in the distance also trembled. They were extremely scared. Jade Heaven Star Lord has broken through to the star venerable realm. I'm afraid we won't have any chance this time, but our junior sister is still there. Doesn't that mean our ancestral land supports Star Lord Tianyun? Fine, let her stay there. Let's go back and inform the great ancestors so that they can get ready for the fight. This battle is bound to happen. Fairy Fanyu's sibling disciples all turned around and went back. They had followed them secretly because they wanted to see how Tianyun was doing. At first, they were very excited. It seemed they could overthrow the Jade God's ancestral land. But when Jade Heaven Star Lord broke through to the star venerable realm, they were pale and desperate. They had predicted a long time ago that even if the Jade God's ancestral land had a star venerable, it would take a long time. It wasn't easy to break through to the star venerable realm. They had to make a lot of preparations. But now, it was much earlier than they had expected. It was useless to think about it now. They could only go back and prepare for the fight. They didn't know how to deal with a star venerable. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't angered me, I wouldn't have been able to overcome this hurdle so easily. Jade Heaven Star Lord looked down at him. His eyes were full of disdain and coldness. He felt everything was so small, including Tianyun. It seems that I have helped you. As a reward, shouldn't you repay me? Tianyun said calmly in front of the star venerables. Of course, I will repay you. I'll capture you and torture you. I'll tear apart all your forces and your family right in front of your eyes. Star Venerate Jade Sky's eyes were cold. He had been breaking through below the ground all this time, so he had been as sullen as he could get. Now he had finally broken through and wasn't stuck at the Star Lord level anymore. He felt refreshed. It looks like you are very confident in your strength. Tianyun sized him up and said with a faint smile, You are just a half-baked Star Venerable. In my opinion, your energy is a bit messy. You haven't consolidated it yet. It looks like you didn't prepare enough for the breakthrough. I'm afraid you are not as good as a real Star Venerable with your foundation. In my opinion, you used elixirs to break through, didn't you? The appraisal, I could easily detect the situation, and he could see Star Venerable Jade Heaven's situation clearly. Jade Heaven Star Lord's eyes flashed. He was shocked. He hadn't expected Tianyun to know his situation so clearly. He was full of killing intent. No matter how unstable I am still a Star Venerable stronger than you. Jade Heaven Star Lord waved his hand. The level 6 star Dharma idol behind him burst out. It was a giant starlight deity. The starlight deity controlled the power of stars in a large area. It could control the power of meteorites in a flash and smash the enemy into a pulp. No wonder it was a level 6 star Dharma idol. Every level 6 star Dharma idol was very powerful. Well, a level 2 star Dharma idol. Chapter 1987. He had seen the star Dharma aspect so many times, and he finally saw a star Dharma aspect of the second level. He had thought only the star Dharma aspect could be upgraded. It seemed even if the star Dharma aspect was not unique, it could still be upgraded. He had also wondered whether only the star Dharma aspect of the 6th level or above could have such a privilege. He had even wondered whether he needed to upgrade more than 2 levels to break through to the star venerable realm. But if he could upgrade to the 6th level Wouldn't it be impossible for the star Dharma aspect of the 5th level or the star Dharma aspect of the 4th level to break through to the star Venerable realm? There were too many unsolved mysteries. After all, there was too little information about this. Anyway, Star Lord Jade Heaven had broken through successfully and become a very strong star Venerable in the world. As soon as the Starlight deity's star Dharma aspect appeared, everyone knelt down to worship it. It was a god. It was a bit stressful to feel this power. He had broken through to the star Venerable realm. No matter what shortcut he used, he had broken through to the star Venerable realm. After breaking through to the star Venerable realm, the power he could control was far beyond what a Star Lord could control. Then let the world see what the power of a star Venerable is. From now on, the ancestral land of the Jade God is invincible. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Star Venerable Jade Heaven raised his hand. The sea of stars floating in the sky quickly gathered into a strong star power. In the end, it shrouded the sky, 20 cubic meters of star power. It was unknown how many cubic meters of star power Star Venerable Jade Heaven could control before breaking through. At least now, after breaking through to the star Venerable realm, he could control 20 cubic meters of star power. 20 cubic meters of star power was a qualitative leap. The more star power one could control, the stronger the power they could display. This was especially true when Star Venerate Ution had just displayed it. Just this power alone was enough to make it difficult for everyone to resist. Even Yi Tianyun felt extremely pressured. This was the suppression of states. No matter how weak he was still a star Venerable. Facing such a power, many disciples of the ancestral land of the Jade God cheered. The ancestral land of the Jade God was invincible enough. Although they had lost several Star Lords, they still had one Star Venerable. The group of people looked at Yi Tianyun as if they were looking at a dead man. No matter how shocking Yi Tianyun's performance was before, he was still a dead man. However, no matter how shocking it was, it could not compare to Star Venerate Ution waving his hand. Are you afraid, mortal? Star Sovereign Jade Heaven looked straight into Yi Tianyun's eyes. He didn't see any panic or fear in them. They were still calm. You think that you can intimidate me with just this bit of strength? How naive. The 5-colored Emperor Dragon behind Yi Tianyun expanded rapidly. He leaped into the sky and snorted, "Today, I will cut down the scourge of this world with my power." The giant 5-colored Emperor Dragon's unique star Dharma rose in the sky. Even though it was a Star Venerable's power, its starlight was not covered. This was the unique power of the stellar Dharma idol, unique in the world. Unique star Dharma idol. Is that what you're relying on? Star Venerate Ution said with a disdainful smile. If my cultivation was not as good as yours, I might be a bit scared. However, cultivation is the key to victory. Go down. It's just a unique star Dharma idol. He raised his hand and pressed down. 20 cubic meters of astral power quickly pressed down on Yi Tianyun, who had transformed into the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. The domineering 5-colored Emperor Dragon was still unable to resist the Star Venerable's power. Swallow the starry sky. Yi Tianyun opened his giant mouth and swallowed the astral power of the 20 cubic meters. The starlight on Star Venerate Ution's side dimmed immediately. At the same time, the astral power on Yi Tianyun's side suddenly increased from 12 cubic meters to 16 cubic meters. The astral power of the two sides suddenly became equal. It was a tie. Of course, this was only the balance of astral power. It was not the same in terms of cultivation. What? Star Venerate Ution had never seen this kind of power. Most of the others had never seen such a crazy move from Yi Tianyun. Therefore, when they saw Yi Tianyun's astral power being swallowed, they were really shocked. Chaos rage. Yi Tianyun did not give his opponent too much time to be surprised. He opened his giant mouth and gathered a terrifying power. He aimed at Star Venerate Yu Tian and released it. Dom. The void shattered. A giant beam of light whizzed over, carrying Yi Tianyun's strongest attack. As long as he had 15 cubic meters of astral power, he would not hesitate to use this move. Star Venerate Yu Tian quickly reached out to block it. Although he did it quickly, he was still blown away. After being blasted away for some distance, Star Sovereign Jade Heaven forcefully clenched his hand, and with a boom, the huge beam of light was forcibly crushed by him. I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. I underestimated you. But how dare you challenge me with this little power? You are too naive. Star Venerate Yu Tian's eyes were ice cold. A raging power was released. Even though he only had 16 cubic meters of astral power left, he still had a nature-defying power. After all, he was a Star Venerate, not a Star Lord. As expected of a Star Venerate's power. I've seen it. Looks like I have to spend a lot. A drop of Star Venerate blood appeared in Yi Tianyun's hand quickly. It was not the blood of the Star Venerate of the five-colored holy race, but the blood of the Star Venerate he had snatched. He had obtained a lot of Star Venerate blood, so he would certainly use it without hesitation. Star Venerate Yu Tian's face darkened when he saw the blood in Yi Tianyun's hand. How dare you use my father's essence blood? So what? Now that it is in my hand, it is mine. Yi Tianyun quickly took the blood of the Star Venerate to increase his power. It would be difficult to deal with the powerful Star Venerate Yu Tian without using something. Even if he relied on the crazy mode, he might not be able to contend with him. There was still a big gap between them. After taking the blood of the Star Venerate, a power burst out of his body quickly. Crackle, crackle! A crisp sound came from Yi Tianyun's body. Then his body swelled up. However, compared to the blood of the five-colored holy race, it was still much weaker. This proved the blood of the five-colored holy races. Star Venerate was much stronger than the blood of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Phew! When the power was fully released, there were 18 cubic meters of astral power in the sky above Yi Tianyun. His power also increased greatly, but it was still not enough. Then Yi Tianyun took out 2 more drops of the blood of the Star Venerate and put them in his mouth without hesitation. Either he didn't explode, or he used all his power. His opponent was a real Star Venerate. If he didn't use a certain amount of the blood of the Star Venerate, he would not be able to contend with him. Chapter 1988. Yi Tianyun stuffed all the Star Venerable's blood into his mouth. An explosive power burst out of his body. The astral power above him reached a higher level. It reached 21 cubic meters in one go. He had to absorb 3 drops of Star Venerable's blood to reach 21 cubic meters. He thought about how he had absorbed a lot of astral power by devouring the starry sky when he was with the five-colored holy race. However, there was only 1 Star Venerables here. There were no other Star Venerables around, so he couldn't devour them. If he could, he wouldn't have stopped at 21 cubic meters. The quality is a little low. It's a lot lower than the five-colored holy races. Yi Tianyun was a little unhappy about this. He had thought he could reach a higher level. It seemed he had thought too much. He couldn't increase his power by much. But overall, he had improved a lot. 21 cubic meters of astral power was enough to shock everyone. He had used the Star Venerable's blood to achieve this. People were shocked when they saw the astral power above Yi Tianyun. The strongest they had seen in their lives was only 20 cubic meters of astral power. Now, there was 21 cubic meters of astral power, which had broken the record. When he reached 21 cubic meters of astral power, Tianyin turned the five-colored Emperor Dragon's body around and stared at Star Venerable Jade, Heaven, in front of him. Star Venerable Jade, Heaven, had come over. He had come over when Tianyin had taken the Star Venerable's blood. He had just strengthened himself, and he was already in front of Tianyin. You absorbed my father's blood. Spit it out. Star Venerable Jade, Heaven, reached over with his bare hands. The strong, Star Venerable power could tear the world apart with his bare hands. Tianyin could feel the suffocating power when he reached over. Of course, he wouldn't step back. Instead, he waved his giant dragon claws to confront Star Venerable Jade, Heaven. Boom! A great power came down. Tianyin was sent flying by the punch. His giant body kept retreating. On the other hand, Star Venerable Jade, Heaven, didn't step back. His body only shook a little. The difference in strength between the two of them would be immediately apparent. A Star Venerable's power was too great. Even though he had the support of 21 cubic meters of star power, he still could not contend against Star Venerable Jade, Heaven. Tianyin felt that his arm had become extremely sore, and he had almost broken it. Even if you absorbed the Star Venerable's blood, it would still be impossible for you to surpass me. No matter how much you absorb the Star Venerable's blood, you are still a Star Lord, not a Star Venerable. Do you understand, mortal? Star Venerable Jade, Heaven, sneered coldly and said, You want to suppress me with some Star Venerable blood? You are too naive. You want to overthrow our ancestral land of the Jade God. Are you relying on your naivety? Star Sovereign Jade Heaven's eyes were filled with disdain. He had wanted to stop Tianyin from absorbing the Star Sovereign's blood, not because he was afraid that Tianyin would be stronger than him, but because he didn't want Tianyin to taint his father's blood. However, he was still a step too late. Tianyin forcefully consumed it, and he was unable to stop it. The other onlookers all sneered coldly. Using the Star Venerable's blood to suppress a Star Lord was not a big deal. It was too stupid to use the Star Venerable's blood to suppress a Star Venerable. It was like a cultivator holding a level 9 divine elixir to show off in front of a level 9 alchemist. It was quite easy for a level 9 alchemist to refine a level 9 divine elixir. Showing off with a level 9 divine elixir was an idiot in their eyes. Tianyin's behavior was more or less the same. No matter how he took it, it would be useless. In other words, the blood in Star Venerable Jade Heaven's body was completely the Star Venerable's blood. How could he fight? Even though the level of the Star Venerable's blood Tianyin had taken was higher than that of Star Venerable Jade Heaven's, they were not on the same level in terms of quantity. I said the ancestral land of the Jade God would not lose. With a Star Venerable, how could they lose? The elders of the Qingdan family laughed. It seemed Tianyin had not been able to turn the tables in the end. Many apprentices nodded. It seemed there was no more suspense in this fight. Tianyin didn't say a word and continued to rush forward to meet Star Venerable Tian head-on. He did not retreat. Instead, he continued to attack fiercely. Are you speechless? Then let's end this battle. Star Venerable Jade, Heaven thought Tianyin was stubbornly holding on. Even if he lost, he would fight with him. Then he continued to attack Tianyin. He did not use any powerful moves. He just used the Star Venerable's power to attack him. It was not that he did not want to use other moves. It was just that he had just broken through, and his situation was not stable. If he used other powers, he would be in a mess, which would be disadvantageous to him. So he could only use the Star Venerable's power to suppress Star Venerable. But this was already very powerful. Under the continuous attacks, Eteonyon kept retreating. His giant body was badly mutilated, but he recovered quickly. Again, Eteonyon laughed. He continued to attack like a masochist. It seems you are quite tough. I will beat you until you can't fight back. Star Venerable Jade Heaven continued to attack Eteonyon with his destructive power. One punch after another. Eteonyon didn't know how many times the void around him was smashed, and he was hit again and again, but Eteonyon was hit again and again. Even though there was a big hole in his chest, he recovered quickly and continued to fight with Star Venerable Jade Heaven. Such a defense was shocking, but in the eyes of others, he was just holding on. It was unknown how long he could hold on. Lord, the eyes of Qing Shui and the others were red. They saw Eteonyon being sent flying again and again. He looked so embarrassed. Although Fairy Fan, Yu was a little moved by this. She seemed to have seen something familiar. She remembered this scene when she faced Golden Wind Star Lord Dong. When Eteonyon was sent flying again, Star Venerable Jade Heaven realized that his attacks were no longer effective. Not only did Eteonyon's defense become stronger, but his strength seemed to be able to push him back for some distance. What's going on? Star Venerable Jade Heaven was shocked. He did not feel it at first. As time passed, he realized that Eteonyon's strength seemed to be increasing. Unknowingly, Eteonyon was about to catch up to him and fight him as an equal. Without a doubt, this was the ability of the five-colored Emperor Dragon. Adaptation. Strong adaptability. Under the situation where he was not killed instantly, he could endure the attacks and become stronger. Eventually, he would be able to approach Star Venerable Jade Heaven's strength. This was the terrifying power of the five-colored Emperor Dragon. The more he suffered, the stronger he became. From the beginning, Eteonyon had been planning to absorb the Star Venerable's blood. He would not be able to fight Star Venerable Jade Heaven immediately, but he would be able to endure the attacks so that he would not be killed instantly. Chapter 1989. Eteonyon continued to fight fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. He was catching up to Star Venerable Eteon. Each of his moves could destroy the world. His power had reached the Star Venerable level. This was an incredible ability. He could adapt to the Star Venerable level's power quickly. The problem was that he needed some time. If he was wrong, he would have died before he could get stronger. Boom. As they continued to fight, Eteonyon and Star Venerable Eteon were both pushed back. Their situations were almost the same. They were both pushed back a long distance. As long as one was not blind, one could see that their power had reached the same level. What's going on? Didn't Star Venerable Eteon suppress his opponent? Why do they seem to be at the same level now? It's true. What's going on? One is a Star Lord, while the other is a Star Venerable. How can they be compared? Is Star Lord Eteonyon actually a Star Venerable? That's impossible. Their situations are different. They were discussing this. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. They had wanted to see Eteonyon being crushed. However, as time went by, Eteonyon's power increased bit by bit. He was as strong as Star Venerable Eteon. This was beyond common sense. How could it happen in front of them? Fairy Fan Yu's eyes flashed. She had seen it before, but she was still shocked when she saw Eteonyon's power again. It would be fine if he could do this to someone in the same level. However, it was unbelievable that he could do this to a Star Venerable. How is it possible for you to become stronger? Star Venerate Jade Heaven came to his senses. His previous arrogance was nowhere to be seen, and what remained was shock. You don't need to know that. Eteonyon suddenly jumped into the air. The five-color king dragon's virtual image occupied a large area. It engulfed the light above his head. It's over. Chaotic anger. Onion opened his giant mouth and launched his strongest attack at Star Venerable Ution. Dong! A terrifying beam of light burst out, shattering the void. His attack was much more powerful than the previous moves Onion had used. After all, his power had reached the Star Venerable realm. How could its might be weak? His power had reached the Star Venerable realm. And when he fused it with the chaotic anger, its might reached an unimaginable level. I can block any attack. Star Venerable Jade. Heaven roared angrily as he punched out. In the end, his punch collided with the rage of chaos. But this time, it did not destroy the chaos fury. Instead, it was engulfed by the light pillar and disappeared from everyone's sight. Dead. Everyone looked in shock at the place where Star Venerate Jade Heaven had disappeared. In an instant, Star Venerate Jade Heaven's aura disappeared without a trace. Did Star Venerable Jade Heaven die just like that in the face of such terrifying power? After the explosion disappeared, there was a huge pit in front of them. The energy it emitted caused them to be incomparably terrified. If they were to touch even a little bit of it, they would definitely die without a complete corpse. An existence as powerful as a Star Venerable had died, just like that. It was hard for them to accept. When they all thought Star Venerate Jade Heaven was dead, a light pillar soared into the sky. The giant Starlight Wisdom King waved its giant arm and swept toward Onion. Its giant palm pressed down crazily. Every time it attacked, its power would be greater than before. Go to hell. Star Venerate Jade Heaven was in a sorry state. Under such a powerful attack, the injuries he suffered were not serious. They could only be regarded as light injuries. Since he had broken through to the Star Venerable realm, his defensive power could not be too weak. Most importantly, Star Venerate Jade Heaven's power had erupted completely. It was not like before when he had only used his fists to deal with his opponents. This time, he used the Star Dharma Idol's power for real. After this fight, his cultivation had stabilized, and he could erupt with even greater power. The gigantic Starlight, Wisdom Monarch's fist, and palm contained the strongest power of the stars, and every attack was suffocating. Good timing. Onion laughed loudly. He was full of pride. When he flew into the sky, his whole body emitted a 5-colored light. His giant dragon eyes shone with a terrifying light. Chaotic stars. The attack, which had been ready for a long time, erupted at this moment. The power of the 21 blocks of stars above his head all surged down and gathered on the body of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. Then it turned into a horrifying ball of light that smashed down like countless meteorites. If one observed it carefully, they would see that it looked like a silver river falling towards Star Venerate Jade Heaven. Countless stars continued to fall, forming a silver river. This move could only be exerted by someone with more than 20 cubic meters of star power. The previous chaotic anger had only been used to repel Star Venerate Jade Heaven, so that he could gather a stronger killing move. Onion knew it was impossible to kill Star Venerate Jade Heaven by relying on the chaotic anger alone, so he could only gather a stronger killing move. The chaotic stars needed more power to be gathered before they could erupt. When Star Venerate Jade Heaven rushed out, Onion finally finished gathering it. When it erupted, it turned into countless stars falling down. If one looked at it from a distance, it would seem like the silver river connected to the sky. Dong! 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 Terrifying stars fell one after another, smashing towards Star Venerate Jade Heaven. Star Venerate Jade Heaven waved his giant palms and slapped away the stars. With his powerful strength, he could do this. Whenever a star came, it would be able to send a star flying. It was fine at first, but as time passed, more and more stars kept falling. No matter how many palms he had, he couldn't resist the power of countless stars. Ah, get out of my way! Get out of my way! Star venerate Jade. Heaven kept slapping away the stars in fear. But after slapping away a piece, more came rushing down. In the end, his vision was filled with stars. Soon, everyone saw Star venerate Jade Heaven being swallowed by countless stars after resisting for a while. One after another, the stars smashed onto his body. If one hit, there would be a second one. In the end, the gigantic starlight wisdom monarch was easily penetrated and smashed into nothingness. Even Star venerate Jade Heaven was smashed through by the pile of stars. In the end, he turned into a meteorite and fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Even though Star venerate Jade Heaven was smashed down, the countless stars kept falling, repeatedly crashing into the same area. The dense and continuous attacks made the scalps of the surrounding cultivators go numb, their hearts filled with fear. How could Eteonion burst forth with such strong power? He was clearly a star venerate. How could he burst forth with such strong power? This was far from what a star venerate should be capable of. Chapter 1990. A series of attacks came crashing down. After a period of time, the attacks finally stopped. When the attacks had stopped, the area in front of them had been turned into ruins. Most of the luxurious ancestral jade gods' earthly divine palace had been turned into ruins. Everything within a range of several million miles had been destroyed. Not to mention the destruction, a bottomless hole had been created. When they looked down, they couldn't even see the bottom of the hole. Did it stop? The crowd trembled as they looked at the giant pit in front of them. Even a star venerable would be killed if the pit was smashed by the pit repeatedly. Moreover, the attacks were so dreadful. They had never seen such a dreadful move before. Most importantly, such a dreadful move was launched by Eteonion. Those who had not thought highly of Eteonion felt their legs go soft. If Star Venerable Jade Heaven died, it would mean Eteonion would be invincible. Even if he was not a Star Venerable, his great power would surpass a Star Venerable's. He would be able to rule this area without any pressure. Whichever force he wanted to kill, he would kill that force. This was the power of a Star Venerable. He could decide who would die. He could not only decide who would live or die, but he could also make his relatives say that they deserved to die. This was the power of a strong man. Everyone had to obey him. If they didn't obey him and smile, they would die. Oh, you are not dead yet. Eteonion had returned to his original body in the air. He was exhausted. It would be terrible if he could still be fine after such a long attack. Eteonion was not invincible. He would still feel weak. Now, he looked around quickly to find Star Venerable Jade Heaven. Soon, he found Star Venerable Jade Heaven. He was lying on the ground. Not a single part of his body was intact. Even though he had a strong defense and a strong life force, he still couldn't take care of himself after the attacks. How could I lose? Star Venerable Jade Heaven struggled to get up, but he didn't even have the strength to do so. He was hanging by a thread. After being smashed so many times in a row, even his soul was almost smashed into smithereens. It was a miracle that he could still get up. Eteonion quickly landed in front of Star Venerate Jade Heaven. He looked at him and said calmly, "You are weaker than me, so you will naturally lose to me." Then he stepped on Star Venerable Jade Heaven's head. He was ready to deal the final blow and kill Star Venerable Jade Heaven. "You can't kill me," Star Venerate Jade Heaven shouted. It was unknown where he got his strength from. "Oh, give me a reason not to kill you." Eteonion stopped his attack and looked at him indifferently. My father is not dead. If you kill me, my father will definitely sense my death. When that happens, he will rush back. At that time, you will definitely die. Star Sovereign Jade, Heaven shouted. He did not want to die. He still wanted to live. He had worked so hard to break through to the Star Venerable realm, but he still hadn't gotten the chance to enjoy the feeling of being superior to tens of thousands of people. If he died like this, wouldn't it be quite pitiful? Especially since his future was limitless, it would be a waste if he died. Oh, your father is not dead. Tianyan was surprised. He had always known that the Star Venerate of the ancestral land of the Jade God had died long ago, but no one knew how he had died. They only needed to know that the ancestral land of the Jade God once had a Star Venerable. That's right. My father is not dead. He just left for another area. He will come back soon. If you kill me, then come back immediately. He left a mark on my soul. If you kill me, he will surely remember you. Star Venerate Jade, Heaven shouted. Tianyan looked down at him without speaking. Star Venerate Jade, Heaven thought he had successfully frightened Tianyan, so he was quite complacent. It would be even more difficult to deal with a powerful Star Venerable, especially one that was extremely mature. It's a pity that you didn't convince me. Tianyan stamped his foot heavily, without any pause. You. Bang. Star Venerate Jade, Heaven's head exploded, but he was not dead yet. A wisp of his soul floated up and tried to escape, but Tianyan pulled it over quickly. Do you think you can escape? Tianyan said with a cold smile while grabbing his soul. My father is a Star Venerable. If you kill me, my father will surely hunt you down. Star Venerate Jade, Heaven could not understand why Tianyan was not going to let him go even after he had told him everything. You have a great talent, but your negotiation skills are terrible. I destroyed most of your ancestral land of the Jade God and beat you half to death. Even if I let you live, your father won't let me go. Tianyan said calmly. If you signed a contract with me, like a contract to die with me, you won't be able to escape if I die. Star Venerate Jade Heaven's threat accelerated his death. Would he survive if he did not kill him? He was afraid that Tianyan would die a more miserable death. Star Venerate Jade, Heaven would not let him go. I will sign a contract to die with you right away. Star Venerate Jade, Heaven finally realized what he had done wrong. His threat was undoubtedly forcing Tianyan to kill him. As Tianyan had said, his talent was great, but his negotiation skills were terrible. It was mainly because this guy was used to being superior. How could he bow his head? It's too late. Even if your father comes, I can still kill him. Tianyan snorted coldly and crushed Star Venerate Jade Heaven's soul. With a miserable scream, Star Venerate Jade, Heaven died and disappeared from this world. But soon his soul turned into a beam of light and entered Tianyan's body. It left a faint mark on his body. It was obvious that this was the tracing mark Star Venerate Jade Heaven had mentioned. If someone was marked by this mark, he would be targeted by Star Venerate Jade Heaven's father, Star Venerate Jade God. It was obvious that Star Venerate Jade God had not died. He was really still alive. He was obviously still alive, but he had announced to the public that he was dead. This was quite strange. Tianyan guessed that Star Venerate Jade God might have provoked someone, which was why he had faked his death to deceive everyone. Who did I provoke? Is there anyone that a Star Venerable wouldn't dare to provoke? Tianyan squinted his eyes, and immediately a wave of experience rushed into his mind. Successfully killed Star Venerate Jade Heaven, obtained 50 million star energy points, obtained Starlight King, Starlight Dharma Idol, level 2, level 6. There was nothing to drop, which disappointed Tianyan. Apart from the two things that were guaranteed to drop, it was difficult for anything else to drop. This was undoubtedly related to his luck points. The system could not be upgraded and brought along, so it was naturally much worse. Chapter 1991. When everyone saw Eteonyun crush Star Venerable Ution's soul, they all felt it was their own souls that had been crushed. That feeling made them shiver from head to toe. Star Venerable Ution is dead. He is dead. This time, Star Venerable Ution was really dead. Everyone had seen it. It was not like before, when he had seen Star Venerable Ution being sent flying, but he had still been able to fight back. Now he was really dead. His soul had been crushed in front of them. Even a divine elixir would not be able to save him. An invincible Star Venerable had been killed by Eteonyun in this way. Before the fight, everyone had thought Eteonyun would lose. Even though he had been very awe-inspiring, he would definitely lose when facing a Star Venerable. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Eteonyun had really killed Star Venerable Ution. While it was rather difficult, he had already accomplished a magnificent feat in history. As a Star Venerate, he had successfully killed a Star Venerate. They did not know how Eteonyun had done it, but the result was obvious. A Star Venerable had been killed by Eteonyun. There was no one left in the ancestral land of the Jade God. All the elders and the 3 Star Lords had been killed by Eteonyun. In this case, even if the ancestral land of the Jade God was destroyed, it would be meaningless even if they had the resources of Star Venerables. They had still been suppressed by Eteonyun. He had crushed the ancestral land of the Jade God all by himself. All the forces that were enemies of Eteonyun, or those who had declared that they were on the same side as the ancestral land of the Jade God and vowed to kill Eteonyun, were all scared pale. We are doomed. We are doomed. The elders of the Qingdan family turned pale. They fell to the ground one by one. They did not look as awe-inspiring as before. They did not look like elders of the family at all. They looked like old men who were about to enter their coffins. Elders, what should we do? Star Lord Tianyun will definitely come to settle accounts with us. With his ruthlessness, I'm afraid our Qingdan family will. Many of the disciples could already imagine their fates. As long as Eteonyun gave the word, their Qingdan family would disappear from this world. An existence that could even flatten the ancestral land of the Jade God could easily destroy a small family like theirs. Quick, go find Qing Shui. She must have a good relationship with Star Lord Heavenly Cloud. If she cherishes old times, she can plead with Star Lord Heavenly Cloud. It will definitely work. Their gazes shifted to Qing Shui. Qing Shui was watching the battle from afar. Before they came here, they had already noticed it. However, he was completely disdainful of greeting Qing Shui. It was as if he was looking at the shame of his clan. Now that the situation had changed so abruptly, it immediately became their last straw of hope. They sent someone to plead with Qing Shui. Although it was unsightly, they had driven Qing Shui out and announced that they had captured Qing Shui and taken her to the ancestral land of the Jade God to ask for punishment. But now they had to plead for her. No matter how awkward it was, they had to do it. In their opinion, if they wanted their clan to survive, they had to do it. Besides the Qingdan family, the other clans that had been gossiping behind their backs were all paralyzed on the ground. Their faces were pale, as if they had been dumbfounded. In the eyes of all the clans, the ancestral land of the Jade God was really doomed. Only Eteonyun knew there was still a Star Venerable in the ancestral land of the Jade God. But he didn't know where he was hiding or whether he would attack. But he wasn't worried. By the time that guy attacked, he would have broken through to the Star Venerable realm successfully. When he broke through to the Star Venerable realm, he wouldn't be afraid of Star Venerable Jade God anymore. You want to pester me with this mark? Eteonion snorted coldly. The five-colored emperor dragon in his body rose and swallowed the mark. He didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. This kind of tracing mark might work on other people, but it was useless against him. Even the slave brand from back then had been swallowed, let alone this tracking brand. I'm still a little bit away from breaking through to the Star Venerable realm. Fortunately, I've reached the standard. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Eteonion checked his level-up requirement. If he wanted to break through to the Star Venerable realm, besides having enough star energy, he also needed the level of the Star Dharma Laksana. He had just reached the second level. Only by reaching the second level or above could he break through to the Star Venerable realm. This meant he was short of star energy. He hadn't expected that killing a Star Venerable would still not help him break through. He had to admit that this required a lot of star energy. After Eteonion caught his breath, he waved his hand and signaled Han Long and the others to come over. Han Long and the others quickly rushed over and knelt in front of Eteonion. They shouted, "Your Excellency is invincible. You overthrew the ancestral land of the Jade God and won. You don't have to say anything else. I'll leave the rest of the looting to you. Collect all the treasures here. Don't let any of them go," Eteonion ordered. Yes, they immediately began to collect all the treasures in this place. Eteonion didn't want to do this kind of work. What he needed to do now was to destroy the rest of the divine palaces. Only then could he officially announce the destruction of the ancestral land of the Jade God. But it would only take a little bit of time. Under Eteonion's suppression, the last remaining area was destroyed by him. Even if he was called a demon, he would still suppress it. Being soft-hearted to the enemy was the same as being ruthless to himself. After destroying everything, the practitioners watching from the outside witnessed the process of Eteonion destroying the ancestral land of the Jade God. The legendary existence that couldn't be overthrown had disappeared before their eyes. "The world has changed," someone said in a low voice. The world hadn't changed, but the whole situation had changed. After destroying the ancestral land of the Jade God, Eteonion went back to the celestial pole ancestral land and found the slave brand hadn't been completely removed. This meant that Star Venerable Jade Deity was the one who was truly in control. "I can't have peace. If I don't kill Star Venerable Jade God, I can't solve the problem here." Eteonion shook his head. He had thought destroying the ancestral land of the Jade God would be enough. He didn't expect the real controller was Star Venerable Jade God. It was reasonable. Only Star Venerables could control this kind of power. When they broke through to the Star Venerable realm, they could control a powerful power of law, which could easily suppress a family's power. "It seems I can only wait for Star Venerable Jade God to come. Let me see how strong the creator of the ancestral land of the Jade God is." Eteonion's eyes lit up, but it seems he doesn't even have the nerve to come out. He even announced his death. Will he come out to take revenge? Chapter 1992. Eteonion stayed in the celestial terminus ancestral lands to recuperate. After this battle, he had overdrawn himself, so he needed to recuperate. While he was recuperating, he was also waiting for Star Venerate Jade Deity to come and take revenge. However, after waiting for a long time, not only did Star Venerate Jade Deity not come, but a group of patriarchs and Star Venerates of various forces came. "Sir, the patriarchs of the Qingden family, the myriad flowers, ancestral lands, and other forces, as well as the Star Venerates, are waiting for you outside. They said that they came to ask for forgiveness." Han Long came in very respectfully. He still looked like a very inconspicuous old servant, but he did not know that his current status was one of the highest in the celestial terminus ancestral lands. After all, he had always been by Yi Tianyun's side, which was equivalent to Yi Tianyun's right-hand man. Anyone who saw him would be very respectful to him. Han Long did not become arrogant because of this. He still maintained a calm attitude. For him, everything was given to him by Yi Tianyun, so there was nothing to be arrogant about. He only wanted to follow Yi Tianyun. That was enough. Oh, let them wait outside. Yi Tianyun replied casually and continued to meditate. Yes, sir. Han Long did not say much, bowed, and retreated. When Han Long came in front of the forces, he said indifferently, Sir said that he will not see you for the time being. He needs to recuperate for a while, so he asked you to wait here. Everyone looked at each other and saw some dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. The experts of all the forces in the area were waiting here. They had not waited for a day or two. They had been waiting here for several weeks, but they had not even seen Yi Tianyun. However, they could only choose to swallow their anger and continue to wait outside the hall. The elders of the Qingdan family knelt on the ground. When they heard the news, they complained, but none of them dared to get up. They wanted to protect their families, so they had to do this. It was a spectacular scene at first glance. Most of the cultivators knelt on the ground, waiting for Yi Tianyun to come out. Fortunately, there were not many cultivators watching. This was not a place where just anyone could come in. If other cultivators saw this, they would be shocked. There are so many powerful experts, but now they are kneeling on the ground, waiting for Yi Tianyun to come out and speak. It is really unpredictable. Not too long ago, they were still challenging Yi Tianyun, but now they were all kneeling on the ground and listening to his orders. Many things could change at a whim, and no one could stop them. This was the problem of the team. However, no one stood on Yi Tianyun's side. They all believed that the ancestral land of the Jade God could not be defeated. However, everyone had placed their bets on the wrong person, and Yi Tianyun had killed everyone. Elder, its senior sister Qing Shui. A disciple saw Qing Shui passing by, and was about to walk towards Yi Tianyun. One of the elders' eyes lit up. He hurriedly stood up and shouted, Qing Shui, I am the third elder. Qing Shui, I'm the clan leader. One by one, they hurriedly stood up, trying to stop Qing Shui. Qing Shui stopped and looked over. Her eyes were calm. She saw familiar faces, but there was no emotion in them. Weren't you all kneeling there to beg for forgiveness? You can't take it anymore? Qing Shui said indifferently. That's not it. We just wanted to say hello to you. The elders in the clan miss you very much, especially the senior sisters and senior brothers. They all miss you very much. Have you forgotten the seventh elder of the library who has always taken care of you? He also misses you very much. The clan leader hurriedly tried to win over Qing Shui. At the same time, he played the family card to win back Qing Shui's heart. They had been here for a long time, but they hadn't seen Qing Shui for a long time. Now that they finally saw Qing Shui, they naturally came over to stop her. Seventh uncle. Qing Shui recalled the days when she stayed in the Qingdan clan. It was indeed very beautiful. She was especially touched by the elders who cared about her. Yes, we know we were wrong, but we can't do anything about it. We can't provoke the ancestral land of the Jade God. If we provoke it, our clan will be finished. To be frank, no matter who provokes the ancestral land of the Jade God, we can only choose to give up. We have no other choice. The clan leader sighed deeply. He felt a bit regretful. But how could one regret so easily in life? Yes, I can understand the clan's choice. Qing Shui nodded. Her expression was still cold. Hearing this, the clan leader and the others were happy. Was there a chance? When they just wanted to say a few words, Qing Shui added, "But this is your own choice, so you have to take responsibility for your own choices. I'm unable to help all of you, and everything will be decided by the Lord." After saying this, she turned around and left. She didn't pay any more attention to them. The clan leader and the others were furious. They wanted to curse out loud, but they held back in the end. In their opinion, if Qing Shui hadn't stood on the right side, she wouldn't have been treated like this. In terms of cultivation, she was much weaker than them. It was nothing. Therefore, when they heard their juniors talk to them like this, they couldn't bear it. But when they remembered that Qing Shui belonged to Yi Tianyan and that they were guilty, they couldn't speak carelessly. Hold it! The elders could only choose to swallow their anger. When they returned to their original positions and knelt down, the forces next to them laughed. What a joke! Are you trying to make up for your mistakes by pulling back our relationship? An expert at the side mocked. So what? You are still in the wrong. The clan leader snorted. I admit that I stood on the wrong side, but you abandoned your disciples and lost a chance. If it were us, we wouldn't abandon our disciples. You're the one who's stupid, and you're blaming me? They had teasing expressions on their faces. Although they didn't know the details of what had happened, they could make a general judgment based on the situation. The people of the Qingden clan, were about to explode, but they couldn't refute. Back then, Qing Shui had made some mistakes, but she hadn't given up. Though she was related to Yi Tianyan, if she wasn't his follower, the Jade God ancestral land wouldn't go too far. But they didn't hesitate to abandon her. To other cultivators, that was the stupidest thing they could do. Speechless, right? Especially you, who yelled the most and didn't hold back. TSK. When Lord Skycloud comes out, you won't be able to escape. They laughed. Chapter 1993. A group of people waited outside the palace for 3 months. Some were standing, and some were kneeling for 3 months. Actually, kneeling for 3 months was no pressure at all for people of their cultivation. Not to mention 3 months, even 3 years, 30 years, or even 300 years would not be a problem for them. This was related to their pride. After kneeling for a long time, they naturally felt resentful. Some were about to explode from anger. In the end, they turned and left, saying that they were not afraid of Yi Tianyan, and that he could come if he wanted. They would wait. However, most of them chose to stay. No matter how resentful they were, they could only endure it. This heavenly cloud, Star Venerate, is too tyrannical. Even the Jade God ancestral land did not treat us like this, right? That's right. The Jade God ancestral land is tyrannical, but facing so many factions, they will still come out obediently. This heavenly cloud, Star Venerate, made us wait outside for so long. What a shame. How about we all leave? If they want to destroy us, we will fight it out with them. We don't believe that he alone can wipe out all of our forces. Then let's go. Staying here is too infuriating. No matter what, I am a Star Venerate. Waiting here for 3 months is too vexing. Soon after, they really did leave as soon as they said they would. They turned around and left, flying back to their own territories. Some people were bold, but only a small portion. Most of them stayed where they were. The bolder ones were the ancestral land, while the less bold ones were the family clans. Thus, they could only stay here obediently. The family clans were too small, and they did not have enough confidence. The ancestral land had Star Venerates no matter how weak they were. Furthermore, there were many grandmasters. How could they compare? After groups of people left, they waited for another month. Finally, Yi Tianyan appeared. As soon as Yi Tianyan appeared in everyone's line of sight, everyone's breath stagnated. Obviously, Yi Tianyan didn't release any strong aura, but they all felt very heavy, and even their breathing slowed down a few beats. Oh, it looks like there are still many who can remain calm and did not leave. However, it is still much less than I expected. It seems like there are quite a few people who don't take me seriously. After Eteonion came out, he smiled faintly, but his words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Everyone's hearts trembled. Could it be that Eteonion would really go and destroy the other powers? Star Monarch Heavencloud, I am Clan Leader Ching Fei of the Green Dan family. We were deceived earlier and said things we shouldn't have. I beg you to spare our family. No matter what price we have to pay, please spare our family. The Ching Fei family had knelt heavily in front of Eteonion. If there were so many factions, the one that had been the most disrespectful to Eteonion would undoubtedly be the Qingdan family. Eteonion just stared at him. After a while, he turned to Qing Shui and said, "I'll leave this to you. You can do whatever you want." Beside him, Qing Shui was startled. She hadn't expected that Eteonion would leave his family to her to handle. The Qingfei family head's eyes lit up. Letting Qing Shui handle this matter would definitely be considerate of their past relationship. This way, there would be hope for their family's survival. Immediately, he looked at Qing Shui with wild joy, wanting to hear what Qing Shui had to say. "Yes, my lord." Qing Shui nodded respectfully and stepped forward. She looked at the Qingfei family head expressionlessly and said coldly, "First of all, Clan Leader Qing Fei has been extremely disrespectful to my lord. He will be executed immediately. The rest of the elders who have been disrespectful to my lord will be executed without exception. The rest of the Green Dan family will be handed over to me. You have any objections?" With just a few words, the Qingdan family situation was settled. The Qingfei family head's eyes widened. He had never imagined that Qing Shui would be so vicious as to directly execute them. Not only had she occupied the Green Dan family for herself, but she had also executed all of them. "Qing Shui, how could you do this? In terms of bloodline, I'm your great-grandfather. You want to kill me?" "That's right. In terms of bloodline, I'm at the level of your grandfather." The rest of the elders who had been sentenced to death all stepped forward unwillingly. Their hearts were filled with fear. They had knelt here for so long, but in the end, they still couldn't escape death. "In terms of bloodline," Qing Shui sneered, "why didn't you think of this when you abandoned me? Most importantly, you have all insulted my lord too many times. Even if my lord forgives you, I won't. All of you will be executed. No discussion." Qing Shui was extremely ruthless, and her methods were beyond the imagination of the other forces. They had all thought that Qing Shui would at most severely punish them, and then occupy the family as a vassal of the Empyrean Pole ancestral land. Who would have thought that she would directly kill the first wave elders, and even the clan heads? They had never imagined that such ruthless methods would be used. "We can't accept this. We can't accept this." The Qingfei clan heads roared, unwilling to obey Qing Shui's sentence. However, the answer they got was a group of Master Xing who stepped forward. They used to be the God-slaying team and were extremely powerful. Destroying a family would not be a problem at all. Judgment. A group of experts from the God-slaying team charged over and killed the Qingfei clan heads in a few moves. Until the moment they died, they never thought that Qing Shui would make such a decision. The rest of the people were stunned. She really didn't leave any room for negotiation. After all, Qing Shui was from the Qingdan clan. This could only mean that Qing Shui was truly loyal to Eteonion and knew what to do. Actually, this was the best way to keep the Qingdan clan alive. If there was no punishment at all or a small punishment, it would incur Eteonion's dissatisfaction. The final outcome would not only be the Qingdan clan being destroyed, but Qing Shui would also not be put in an important position. Sir, I wonder if you are satisfied with what I have done? Qing Shui knelt on one knee in front of Yi Tianyan and asked respectfully. Yi Tianyan nodded and said, "Not bad." He only gave a simple comment and did not say anything else. Actually, this was a test for Qing Shui. The Qingdan clan would not let things go so easily. Previously, on account of Qing Shui, he had been a little lenient towards the Qingdan clan. But now it was different. The Qingdan clan had been going against him and had even humiliated him in various ways. However, on account of Qing Shui's situation, he had let Qing Shui settle the matter. Overall, the solution was more suitable. Kill all the higher-ups and leave the rest to Qing Shui to rule and be loyal to him. This was very suitable. However, it was still in line with his requirements. If it was more casual and didn't punish the Qingdan clan, he would have personally destroyed the Qingdan clan. At the same time, Qing Shui would lose the right to follow him. Previously, he had said that she would be loyal to him forever. Loyalty wasn't as simple as absolute loyalty. She had to follow him in all aspects. Chapter 1994. After dealing with this matter, Yi Tianyan turned his attention to the other forces. The leaders of the other forces knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. Star Lord Tianyan, we were forced to do this. The ancestral land of the Jade God is so overbearing. If we don't obey them, we will all die. Yes, you must understand our difficulties. If we didn't do this, we would definitely be killed. Although we are all on the side of the ancestral land of the Jade God, you know that we didn't attack you, nor did we attack the celestial terminus ancestral land. Yes, we didn't do anything. We just watched from the side. They didn't have help like Qing Shui. If Yi Tianyan was displeased, their families would be exterminated. They didn't want their families to be exterminated. If they were exterminated, they would be ashamed to face their ancestors. As they begged for mercy, they observed Yi Tianyan's expression. They wanted to see what Yi Tianyan was thinking, but no matter how they looked, they could only see the expressionless Yi Tianyan. They couldn't guess what he was thinking at all. As Yi Tianyan remained silent, they felt more and more depressed. They didn't know what Yi Tianyan would decide. After a while, Yi Tianyan finally spoke. He took a step forward, but it was like stepping on their hearts. They felt the pressure increase and couldn't breathe. You have no choice, I can understand that. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. This kind of thing has been happening all along. If you think you can get away with it, you're too naive. I'm sure you've all seen or heard about the consequences of standing on the wrong side. Yi Tianyan's tone was calm. It didn't sound murderous, but it made their hair stand on end. Their hearts sank. What he said was true. It seemed like they had no choice, but the consequences of standing on the wrong side were always miserable. The winner didn't care if they had no choice. As long as they didn't choose themselves, they would end up miserable. I'm not asking for much. Just hand over the 3 most precious items you have. The rest is to work for me. Yi Tianyan looked at them and continued, I think you will hand them over honestly. If you don't hand them over, or keep the best ones, just like this. Yi Tianyan stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. A huge palm came crashing down. With a loud bang, a huge palm print was left in front of him. The area it covered was over 1 million miles in radius. With such coverage, even a small clan would be easily annihilated. When the clan leaders heard this, they complained incessantly. The 3 most precious things were undoubtedly handing over the clan's heirloom. They didn't have many precious treasures to begin with. Now that 3 of them had been taken away, it was truly infuriating. However, they could only choose to hand it over. This was considered the punishment for standing on the wrong side, and it was considered relatively light. They had already made similar preparations. As long as they could protect their family, there was nothing they couldn't hand over. Thank you, Star Monarch Skycloud. One by one, they knelt and kowtowed to Eteonyon again, handing over treasures and thanking Star Monarch Heavencloud. Only an expert would say something like that. If it were any other opponent, they would have already started fighting. As for the forces that chose to leave, it seems that I have to meet them personally. Eteonyon's eyes turned cold. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The clan leaders looked at the area where Eteonyon had disappeared in shock and murmured, "Is Star Monarch Skycloud going to destroy the other forces?" Those who left were all at the level of the ancestral lands. Those who had the guts to leave were all at the level of the ancestral lands. Those who didn't have the guts to leave were all at the level of the ancestral lands. Soon, they received the latest news. The Star Monarch of the ancestral lands was dead. The Star Monarch of the Celestial Peaks ancestral lands was dead. The Star Monarchs who had left without permission were all killed. The ancestral lands immediately replaced their leaders, and at the same time, they had to serve Eteonyon. When the news reached them, they were all scared out of their wits. They hurried to prepare their most precious treasures. If their treasures were not that good, they would immediately sell their pots and pans to buy better treasures. Even so many Star Monarchs had died, not to mention some small clans. Killing God. Just like that, Eteonyon's impression was branded in his mind. This was a vengeance. Those who harmed him or disrespected him would be killed without exception. Eteonyon had given them a chance long ago, but they had been so disrespectful to him. It was fine if they had chosen the wrong side, but they had been so disrespectful. They really did not take him seriously. Originally, Eteonyon did not want to start a massacre like this. However, if he wanted to control this place, he needed some deterrence. He did not seek to control all the forces. Given his current situation, he did not have that many people to help him manage them. Those who were loyal to him were not capable enough. Therefore, he wanted to intimidate the surrounding forces and make them respect him. After this incident, the whole area was shaken. Everyone sighed. This was a new round of reshuffling. Many forces are secretly full of hatred for Eteonyon, but they can't take revenge. He could even kill a Star Venerable, let alone a mere Star Monarch. When the matter was almost settled, Eteonyon went back to his residence to continue cultivating. Everything seemed to go back to normal, and he went back to his old days. Soon, many clans started to offer all kinds of treasures. Some even offered 4 or 5 treasures. According to the rules, they had to offer 3 treasures, but they offered many. They wanted to put on a good show. Eteonyon stayed in his room and received the treasures that were brought to him. Many treasures were offered one by one. He just glanced at them and did not look at them anymore. The treasures offered by the clans were actually pretty good. There were all kinds of divine medicines and martial techniques. These were pretty good, but they were not attractive to Eteonyon. He just wanted more resources. When his own forces came up, he would train them with all his strength. After all, the forces below him were his forces. The forces here had nothing to do with him. Many of them could not be trained well. It was better to count on the forces from the lower realms. As a result, he received the treasures for the forces in the lower realms, not for himself. In his current situation, these things would not be of much use to him, unless they were similar to the 9-turn star grass or the golden divine grass. But could these clans offer them? However, compared to the Jade God's ancestral land, they were relatively mild. The Jade God's ancestral land had collected all the resources, while he only wanted the top 3 treasures. While he was resting, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Everything was quiet. Chapter 1995. Suddenly, there was a stranger in the room, and he was covered by a black cloth. It was not an ordinary black cloth. It was a kind of black cloth that could hide one's aura. It was a treasure. It was rare to see something that could hide one's aura so well. When he saw the stranger, Eteonyon didn't panic, but he was calm. To be able to silently appear under his powerful senses, one must either have an extremely powerful cultivation base or possess an astonishing treasure. The only person who could appear in such a situation was Star Venerable Jade Deity. He could not think of anyone else who could sneak in to look for him. It seems that you are quite calm. No wonder you dared to flatten our ancestral land of Jade Deity. You do have some strength. A low voice came from under the black cloth. Although it came from under the black robe, it seemed to come from the bottom of an abyss. From what he had said, he was sure that the person who had come was Star Venerable Jade Deity. He was not dead, and he seemed to be in good condition. He had chosen to hide his aura because he was being chased or because he was afraid of being discovered. If he had come to look for Eteonyon, he would not have been so careful. Even if Eteonyon had the strength to flatten the ancestral land of Jade Deity, Star Venerable Jade Deity would not have been so careful. After all, it was not necessary. Star Venerable Jade Deity was a Star Venerable, much stronger than Star Venerable Jade Heaven. With his temperament, he would only use the most violent force to suppress them, and not come here in hiding. It could only be said that he had been targeted by some Almighty, and that Almighty was even stronger than Star Venerable Jade Deity. What? Did you disguise yourself to take revenge for your son? I did not expect Star Venerable Jade Deity to be afraid of someone. Eteonyon was not afraid. He was still calm. He had been looking forward to Star Venerable Jade Deity's arrival. Therefore, he was quite happy that Star Venerable Jade Deity had shown up. It would be best to get rid of this scourge as soon as possible. The more you know, the faster you will die. Don't you know that? Star Venerable Jade Deity said coldly, "Of course I know that, but I don't know who will be dead." Eteonyon looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Besides, I do not have any Almighty as my enemy. I am not afraid of being chased. Do you dare to reveal your full strength and fight with me? Don't be too arrogant." Celestial Star Sovereign Jade Divinity snorted. "Don't think you're invincible just because you flattened the ancestral land of Jade Divinity. The vastness of the world far exceeds your imagination. There are a lot more powerful than you. You're right, but it's still enough to deal with you." Eteonyon smiled faintly. "Arrogant?" Star Sovereign Jade Divinity sneered and said, "I don't know how many geniuses I've seen, but I've even seen geniuses stronger than you. Unique star Dharma images aren't rare in the outside world. How dare you be so arrogant in such a small place? If you go out, you won't even know how you died. This time, I didn't come here for revenge. I came back to take back something. As long as you hand over that thing, I won't pursue this matter." Star Venerable Jade Divinity said sternly. He didn't dare to release his aura, but his tone was quite sharp. "That item?" Eteonyon was puzzled. He did not know what Star Sovereign Jade God was talking about. He had searched the entire ancestral land of the Jade God. Although there were many resources, he had not seen anything that could attract the attention of a star sovereign. He immediately thought of the star ring of Star Sovereign Jade Heaven. Could the item be in the star ring? As he thought about it, he realized that he had not opened the star ring to check what was inside. This thing still needed to be destroyed before it could be opened to see what was inside. Eteonyon did not have time to open it, so he had put it aside for the time being. Now that Star Venerable Jade Divinity had mentioned it, he immediately thought of what was inside the star ring. The only thing he did not know was what was inside the star ring. "It seems that you don't know what that thing is," Star Venerable Jade Divinity said in a low voice. That's good. My son's star ring is in your hands. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. I really don't know what that thing is, but if I really hand it over, will you really let me go? Tianyun sneered and said, Don't treat me like a fool. If I really give it to you, you won't let me go. After a moment of silence, Star Venerable Jade Divinity said slowly, I can make an oath. Is that okay? Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He had not expected Star Venerable Jade Divinity to compromise to such an extent. It seemed that he had encountered some difficulties. He had left the treasure with his son. Now that his son was dead, he could only come back and take it. Otherwise, it would not be good if it fell into the hands of others. You don't want to avenge your son? Tianyun asked calmly. If I wanted to avenge my son, do you think I would talk to you slowly? Star Venerable Jade Divinity said in a low voice, As long as you hand over the star ring, I will not pursue this matter. I can make an oath. If Star Venerable Jade Divinity had not been wearing the black robe, he would have stared at Tianyun's eyes. But now, he could not see anything under the black robe. Oh, it seems that you really don't dare to show up, Tianyun said with a faint smile. You don't even dare to avenge your son. Your opponent is really tricky. It would be impossible for Star Venerable Jade Divinity not to want revenge. But now that he was forced to show up, he could only swallow his anger. Don't talk nonsense. Either hand it over or fight to the death. Star Venerable Jade Divinity snapped. It's not impossible for me to give you the star ring, Tianyun said with a faint smile, but I have another condition. As long as you fulfill it, I will give you the star ring. What condition? Star Venerable Jade Divinity suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a suppressed tone. Boundless rage could be heard from his tone, but he could only suppress it. It's very simple. Help me remove all the slave brands, and give me a share of the things inside the star ring. Tianyun said with a smile, These are my conditions. Not a bad deal, right? Bullshit, Star Venerable Jade Divinity said angrily. Don't be so presumptuous. Removing the slave brands is one thing, but you want to give you half of the things inside the star ring? Dream on. Oh, then what else is there to say? Let's fight. Tianyun spread his hands and said, In any case, I am not afraid of that Almighty. After all, I did not provoke him. Moreover, I did not intend to hand everything over to you from the beginning. I do not know what is inside, but I am sure it is something good, Tianyun said with a faint smile. If even you are tempted, I believe it cannot be bad. Chapter 1996. Star Venerable Jade Divinity was so angry that a dreadful power gushed out of his black robe, with him as the epicenter. The ground around him instantly cracked open. Even the entire temple was sent flying by this terrifying force. With a bang, the ceiling and the walls around the divine palace were sent flying. The divine palace, where Tianyun had been, turned into an empty arena. The guards outside the door were all sent flying by this dreadful power. Fortunately, they were far away. Tianyun didn't like guards standing too close to him, so he arranged for them to stand outside the divine palace. But this power was so strong that they were still sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The soaring power attracted the guards' attention. They all flew over to see what was going on. However, they felt a dreadful power repelling them before they could get close. They felt like kneeling on the ground when they were just a little bit closer. What a dreadful power! It's even stronger than Star Venerable Jade Divinity. Is it a Star Venerable? Star Venerable? Sir, why are you being targeted by a Star Venerable again? I don't know. We can't go there now. Even if we go there, we won't be able to help. The guards could only watch from a distance. If they went there, they would be killed. Han Long and the others flew over quickly. They all turned pale when they sensed the dreadful aura. The aura of a star venerable. It's even stronger than star venerable jade divinities. Who is this enemy? Sir, you don't have any enemies. Why are there still strong people here? Is it a helper related to the ancestral land of the jade divinity? Han Long, Qing Shui, and the others all turned pale when they saw what was going on. They had managed to unify the situation and kill all the enemies. Why did such a dreadful person suddenly appear? There were very few star venerables in the first place, and now they were as common as the streets. Now, another star venerables had appeared suddenly, which made them panic. They could only watch from a distance. They couldn't get close. Sensing star venerable jade divinity's aura, Tianyan said calmly, "He is at the middle stage of the star venerable realm. He is indeed stronger than your son." The appraisal eye detected star venerable jade divinity's cultivation right away. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the star venerable realm, which didn't exceed Tianyun's expectation. It was easy for him to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, but it was extremely difficult for others. It was already pretty good for them to advance to the middle stage of the star venerable realm. This was completely within his expectations, so he did not need to worry too much about star venerable jade deity being too strong. The extent of their strength was still rather limited. It seems you know nothing about the star venerable's cultivation. Do you think star venerables are weak just because you defeated my son, who has just become a star venerable? Star venerable jade divinity said coldly, "One finger is enough to deal with you." In the next second, star venerable jade divinity did not waste any time. He had already gathered his power and raised his hand to press down on Tianyun. A giant finger immediately appeared in the void, piercing through the void and stabbing down. The gigantic finger seemed to be countless times larger than his palm as it pierced through the void and pressed down on them. A terrifying power permeated through the air, pressuring down in all directions. Before he even got close, Tianyun already felt as though he was about to be pressed to the ground. Even his feet, which were standing on the ground, were pressed into the ground by this power. Even the hardness of the ground could not bear such a dreadful pressure. Tianyun exerted all of his power in an instant. He turned into the true body of the five-colored emperor dragon. The star power of the 12 directions rose up and illuminated the world. He also activated the crazy mode. To strengthen his power, 2 virtual images appeared behind him. Besides the virtual image of the five-colored emperor dragon, there was also the virtual image of the Starlight Wisdom King. He could only layer the power of one kind of virtual image. Unless his power increased, it would be difficult for him to layer more powers. With the help of the 2 powers, Tianyun's power increased greatly. The Starlight Wisdom King waved its arms and made the star power above it increase by another level, reaching the star power of the 15 directions. The greatest effect of the Starlight Wisdom King was that it could greatly increase the amount of star power. Being able to layer 3 directions of star power at the 12 directions of star power was already incredible. In terms of the increase in power, it was equivalent to an increase of 9 times. The Starlight Wisdom King, Star Venerable Jade Divinity, was dumbfounded. He sensed a familiar power behind Tianyun. He even wondered whether he had seen it wrong. How could Tianyun have his son Star Dharma Laksana? However, he was only dumbfounded for a moment. He continued to attack. He could only assume that Tianyun had some kind of power, not that he had 2 Star Dharma Laksana. Even if your power is not weak, you are still trash before a Star Venerable. Star Venerable Jade Divinity continued to press down. The power that could pierce through the air pressed heavily on the five-colored emperor dragon. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole area exploded. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. Even people who were thousands of miles away could feel the tremors easily. After a while, when the explosion had died down, Yi Tianyun's figure reappeared in people's sight. He was covered with cuts and bruises. There were several holes on his body. He had almost been blown up by the pressure. However, the original body of the five-colored emperor dragon had been blown up. It could not bear such a dreadful power. Phew, 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 Yi Tianyun gasped for breath. He looked around. The area had been razed to the ground. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun had arranged for him to stay in a remote area. Otherwise, the whole city would have been blown up. He knew that if Star Venerable Jade Divinity came, he would come for him. He would not start a massacre outside. That would be meaningless. Star Venerable Jade Divinity would take revenge on him first, not on his subordinates. When the battle started, it would affect the surroundings. That was why he had chosen to stay in an area with no houses. Sure enough, when Star Venerable Jade Divinity exploded, the effect was shocking. As expected of the power of a Star Venerable, it's much stronger than I thought, Yi Tianyun said with a grin on his face. Star Venerable Jade Divinity narrowed his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "You are really capable. You are a late-stage Star Venerable, yet you did not die after taking one move from me. But that's all. I did not even use 10% of my power, and you ended up like this. If I had used 10% more power, you would have died for sure." It's over. Star Venerable Jade Divinity did not give Yi Tianyun a chance to catch his breath. He used a second finger on Yi Tianyun. The larger finger pressed down. The power it contained was much stronger than before. Under such circumstances, the sky changed color and shook. The space in this area became unstable. Most of the area twisted crazily. It looked like it would collapse at any moment.